you. Good morning, everyone. I'm so glad to be joining you today. My name is Julie Fisher, and I am the Executive Director of NYC Autism Charter Schools located in New York City. That's where I'm speaking to you from today. I've been working in the field for almost 35 years, originally as a psychology undergraduate at Rutgers University, where I did a practicum at a school that was actually on the Rutgers campus. I did not know anything about autism at the time, but I remember after that very first day, just knowing that this was the population that I wanted to work with, and I pretty much have not looked back since then. I did do a brief stint getting my master's degree in social work, which took me out of autism briefly, but actually exposed me to some important lessons about systems, particularly family systems, that I think has helped me tremendously in the work that I do today. And after that, I received my board certification in behavior analysis, which is the methodology that we use at my schools. So today I am going to highlight a few important aspects of applied behavior analysis. We have a very limited amount of time, but I'll just pull out a few, I think, important nuggets of behavior analysis and effective instruction, and talk a little bit about how those principles inform the way we approach instruction. But I thought I'd start with just an overview of our program model, since it is very unique, at least when you look at the landscape of public school options for children with autism in the United States. As you know, there's some standard disclosures that I need to share with you. So I'm going to just leave this slide up for a second for you to review. And I want to start by thanking Dr. Noof and her colleagues for inviting me to be a part of this symposium. I wish I could be there live with you, even virtually live, but the time difference presented a bit of a challenge. I will, though, include my contact information at the end of the presentation. You can certainly feel free to reach out to me if you have any questions. So let's get started. NYC Autism Charter Schools were founded by two moms back in 2005. Both had young sons with autism. Both were living in New York City. And we're kind of struck by the fact that there didn't seem to be many appropriate educational options for their sons, particularly given that their sons both fell on the more profoundly affected end of the autism spectrum. And so they really thought it was important to try and start a school in New York City, and looked around across the nation, truthfully, at some of the best practice programs to see what they were doing and how they were doing it. Most of those programs fell into the private school bucket. So there are kind of two buckets in the United States of schools. There are privately funded schools, which are usually either schools that are paid for by parents, or that maybe in the case of children with autism, paid for by the government, local school district, but only after litigation from parents in order to justify placement at one of those programs, as opposed to a public school program. Then there's the public school bucket, which are free and accessible to everyone. Unfortunately, the quality of public schools for kids with autism is sort of notoriously, at least, inconsistent, depending on where you live. There may be higher quality programs or not. And what's interesting is within the public school bucket, there is this world of charter schools. So charter schools, the charter school movement started by parents and educators who were really sort of dissatisfied by what they saw in the public school education sector and wanted to try and improve the public school landscape generally and do better for kids. And so charter schools are publicly funded, but given the leeway to kind of do things differently than most public schools, to innovate in different ways and think outside the box in terms of how instruction is provided. And these two moms, Laura Slatkin and Eileen Lehner, who founded our schools, really felt like that was the perfect match, because what we know about kids with autism is that they do not do well with a cookie cutter approach. They need a high level of individualization and innovation, and charter schools sort of supported that. So they applied for and received a charter, which is kind of a contract that we have with authorizers and with the state and government. That means that we promise to adhere to certain accountability measures in exchange for, as I said, the ability to sort of do things and create a structure that's different from most schools. One of the kind of key aspects of a charter school, given that it is a public school, which again, public schools are open and free to everyone and have to be that way. And charter schools are then required to have a lottery process for intake. So we don't meet with families in advance. We don't, select on the basis of anything. Parents apply. Every parent can apply. And there's a random sort of lottery drawing that dictates, enrollment for us. And what I actually really like as a social worker is that, our two schools are in two of the most underserved communities in New York City. And charter school law does require that preference in the lottery is given to the local school communities, which means that we are providing this kind of high quality individualized education to families and children that probably would never have been able to access it otherwise. So one of my favorite aspects of our program. In terms of what we look like, we are very small. So in our East Harlem campus, which is part of Manhattan, the sort of upper part of Manhattan, we have 40 students. And then we opened that in 2005. In 2017, we opened our second campus in the South Bronx. Just another borough of New York City. And we have 32 students there. So very small overall. And class size is usually about 4 students per class. So very small class size. And in most of our classrooms, we have a 1-to-1 instructional ratio. And what that looks like is one certified special education teacher who's kind of at the helm of the classroom. And then usually if it's a classroom of 4, 3 additional what we call instructors. And those are usually folks that have their bachelor's degree, often come to the table with some experience working with kids with autism, maybe using applied behavior analysis. And within that classroom, there is kind of a rotation that goes on across the day in terms of who is working with which student. So there's an internal rotation, usually every 30 minutes to an hour. There's some shift in terms of, who is working with which student in that class. Over the head teachers, we have what we call clinical supervisors, and these are folks who have their board certification in behavior analysis and who are responsible for overseeing usually multiple classrooms, 2 or 3 classrooms, really there to provide a lot of the sort of support, oversight, training to new staff, as well as, interacting with parents. I'll talk a little bit more about parent involvement in a bit. And above clinical supervisors, we have a head of school at each of our locations, sort of serves as like the principal role. And then we have some directors. We have a director of adolescent programming, a director of transition and community outreach. I'll speak a bit more about our transitions in a bit. And then I serve as executive director and, probably have my foot in the clinical end of programming more than most executive directors do. Which I think speaks to just sort of the priority that our board puts on actual instruction with kids. We do provide a tremendous amount of training and support to staff. I think that's one of the reasons that people like working for us, is because they're really receiving an education also. And we put a lot of effort into that, both didactic instruction before the school year kicks off. We're actually a 12-month program, but we have sort of a period in August before the school year starts in September where we do intensive training with staff. And that goes on periodically across the year. In fact, I'd say every other week we're having a professional development opportunity after school hours. But then really the meat of the training goes on, with the hands-on work and support in the classroom. And again, that's really the head teacher who is responsible for working with new instructors to get them up to speed, and the clinical supervisors also being a big part of that. And what's great is we try and invest a lot of that training in our staff and then have a pool of folks to sort of promote into higher level positions from within, which I think is always the best because that you've got folks who are very well versed in our culture and protocols and process, and that's really helpful as you grow a leadership team. In fact, I'd say if I look across both our heads of school and all of the people in our director positions, these are all folks that have been with us now for probably close to 12 or more years. So it says a lot. Again, our school day is sort of your typical school day. Kids get in about 8:45, dismiss at 2:45, slightly adjusted now for COVID-related reasons. But and rather than, I think in a lot of schools, typically teachers are given kind of prep periods throughout the day. That's really not part of our model. When kids are there, staff are pretty much on and in rotation with students. And so we build in prep periods sort of at the start of the day and the end of the day that gives teachers the opportunity to prepare materials, meet, graph data, whatever it might be. And so teachers, when students arrive at 8:45, teachers are arriving at 7:45, and they're not leaving until closer to 4:15. And as I mentioned, we are a 12-month program. So we have a shortened month in August, but are in session throughout the entire year. In terms of student education, it's very broad in scope, and I think it needs to be because of the population that we're serving. So, many of our students have profound skill deficits, may, come to the table with limited skills, may have limited vocal capabilities, difficulty following sort of basic instructions. And we know that, what they need is going to be beyond just academics. And so we've actually developed a curriculum ourselves that is, a bank of what we call skill acquisition programs that fall into a variety of different domains, some being academic, but the majority being self-care, life skills, personal safety, things that you wouldn't necessarily typically encounter in a school environment. And really, that big lump of programs, what we're doing for each student is kind of picking and choosing specific skills that make sense for them. So it's almost as though every student has their own individualized curriculum, determined by assessments and a lot of communication with families to figure out what is going to be functional for each student. And I'd say across the board, the one unifying theme is really a focus on teaching independence, because we know that, the more independent our students are, the more opportunities, choices they'll have as they grow to adulthood. So, wide range of things, as I said, that we're teaching. This is a tiny handful of skills like following instructions, maybe for some of our kids that aren't vocal, using augmentative communication devices. We emphasize think a lot about what life outside of school looks like, and making sure that kids have functional adaptive skills that can occupy them productively at home and maybe lead to some social interaction. So things like playing video games, having a conversation, a lot of work in the self-care arena, things like brushing teeth, washing hands, everything you can imagine, truthfully. And many of our kids, I'm sure those of you who have children with autism yourselves know that there can be sometimes issues in the area of just toleration of different things, tolerating haircuts, dental visits, doctor visits. Those can all be really challenging for families. And so we do a lot of work on just sort of, systematically getting kids used to all the steps involved in those different activities. And that may actually look like sort of mocking a barbershop or a dental office, and getting a lot of the equipment that kids will come in contact with in those environments. And actually the last step of that desensitization may actually be us going with families to the doctor visit or to the barbershop, just to make sure that, all the systematic teaching that's gone on ends up being effective in the environment that we want it to. Also do some work on job skills, things like data entry. We might be working on teaching kids to be independent in the kitchen, make themselves a snack. So again, a whole host of different things that kids are working on at any given point. And as I mentioned, all of the teaching strategies that we use utilize the principles of applied behavior analysis, or ABA. And research has really shown that this type of intervention is highly effective for the autism population. And there's some sort of key characteristics. I mean, you could talk forever about applied behavior analysis, but just in very, very brief terms, I think some of the key pieces are that objectives are observable and measurable. So we're We're not making any guesses about internal states or why a child might be doing what they're doing. I mean, we do think about the why, but we're really looking at what we can see and measure, and making decisions based on that. Also a focus on a high level of individualization, which, as I said, is just such a key to, I think, effectively educating kids with autism. You know, they are so very different from one another, even though there's a shared diagnostic label. So it's super, that level of individualization, I think, is really important. ABA also involves breaking skills down into small components. I'll talk a bit more about that in a little bit. And all the teaching strategies and procedures really rely on the principles of learning theory, you know, which is basically, you know, that we all learn through the consequences that we experience over time. There's also a focus on social validity. So we're really looking to teach behaviors and skills that are going to be important, relevant, useful to the individual, to their family, and in the community. And there's definitely an emphasis on data and accountability. So that's a big part of our program as well. And when it comes to data collection, you know, I think it's important because it can really help make informed, objective decisions about teaching procedures. You know, sometimes you feel like a student is just not learning something, or maybe you're overly confident that they're learning something, and it's not until you really look at the data that you can see clear trends about things. It's, you know, a visual representation of a student's progress, and so that can also make it accessible to many different people and stakeholders. Family members are kind of local Department of Education folks who are involved in some of the decision making for students annually. It also really helps ensure that we're not wasting time. So rather than just teaching something forever, you know, if we're looking at really our kids acquiring a skill, and if the data are not showing us that kids are acquiring a skill, it means that we need to do something differently because we're not being effective in how we're trying to teach it. So I think data is incredibly important. And in fact, we are evaluated also as a program with different metrics. So we're looking at a lot of student performance data. So, you know, when I mentioned all of those different skills that we're teaching students, we're collecting data on their acquisition of those skills, and we're tracking that across all of the students that we serve. We also have incredibly high standards for instructional staff, so they're evaluated in different metrics. Less, you know, I think in the sort of regular education world, teacher performance is kind of linked with student performance. That's more difficult to do with our kids. So we're really looking at kind of inputs as opposed to outputs and breaking down exactly, you know, what we think an effective teacher does and rating them in those areas. We also get a lot of feedback, get a lot of participation from family members, and also a lot of feedback from them. Both, you know, we have a lot of kind of have an open house, so parents are able to come in and observe whenever they want. We also have very specific meetings scheduled for families and ask them for their feedback after every time that they observe or participate in one of those meetings. And then we do kind of an annual program effectiveness survey to get their sense of, you know, how they're feeling about our services and our model across that year. I mentioned that as a charter school, we have what's called an authorizer. So our authorizer is the State University of New York Charter Schools Institute, and they require that we report to them on a very regular basis. And charters are given in sort of 5-year increments typically, and so that the end of every 5-year period, we have to submit a renewal application that needs to be approved by our authorizer so that we can continue for the next 5 years. And then in addition to all of that, we have the New York City Department of Education as well as the New York State Education Department that has certain compliance requirements across the year. There are also, I just realized that I missed. So we also bring in an independent evaluator. That's something that we do internally, where we have someone from the field that we think could give us some important insights. We have them spend a day or two with us and just critique everything that they're seeing. And those visits are really helpful because, again, I think we're pulling folks in from the field across the country, truthfully, to give us really great insights and feedback. And then we have what we call a human rights committee. So that's a group of folks independent folks who are coming in to really look at some of our behavior intervention plans, anything that we have in place to try and reduce challenging behavior, just to make sure that everything that we're doing is ethical and that what we're doing is being effective and that we have parental consent demonstrated. Didn't want to miss those items. So in terms of instructional opportunities, we have that sort of individual one-on-one programming for most of our students in school, and to a certain degree at home. We have a home consultation program, which has gotten really rich during this COVID period. Since we've been virtual, kids have been remote for different, chunks of time during this period. And we've really relied on parents to do a lot of instruction, which has been amazing. Then every student, even if there is one-to-one in a classroom, we make sure that we're putting kids in dyads, so groups of 2 or small group instruction with their classmates, just to make sure that they're practicing, those kinds of social interactions and learning in a group. We may do sort of peer modeling or peer mentoring with typically developing peers, where we bring some kids in. We are in a public school building that's shared with other schools. So and I love that about us, we have access to different school populations and can do some really cool kind of inclusive and peer modeling kinds of activities with those groups. And as I said, inclusion. So when we feel that kids are ready to benefit from a less restrictive environment, we can include them in at times, regular education classroom, or sort of less restrictive specialized classroom that might be in one of those shared co-located schools that we're with, or other charter schools that are near to us. We also, for kids that are over the age of 13, start to do some community-based instruction. So really want to prioritize getting kids out into the community and learning all of the skills that we know are going to be so critical for them as they navigate the world around them as adults, hopefully more and more independently. So we're working on, staying safe in the community, using public transportation in the case of, New York City kids, learning to figure out what you need to prepare a meal and then go to the grocery store and actually shop, follow a list to shop and pay for the items that you need. We have kids that also go and take a fitness class in a community fitness center, which gives them the opportunity to, learn how to navigate a locker room and take instruction from a teacher that's not their usual school teacher. And then for kids that are 16 and up, we start work internships. We've made partnerships with a lot of great local organizations and businesses, and have kids placed in different jobs. That usually rotates every year, I'd say. Sometimes kids may have multiple jobs in a given year. And that's just been amazing, because it really gives kids the opportunity to sample work and learn the important, not just the sort of production of work, but all the other pieces of having a job, navigating your way around, problem solving, the social aspects of work. So those have been really amazing, and will hopefully give kids sort of a portfolio of job experiences by the time they leave us. I should have said, actually, I don't think I mentioned earlier that we run all the way from age 5 up to 21. So I'm talking about 16 and up. We do run the whole gamut. And for the kids that stay with us, we hope that when they leave us at 21, we will have given them some skills that allow them to have more independence and jobs and things like that. I keep talking about parent and family participation. It definitely is a priority to involve parents in every aspect of their child's education. I always say autism doesn't end at 2:45 when we dismiss. Parents are dealing with many, many issues outside of school. And I think working with them to try and figure out where their needs are is, the best way of creating a productive education for our kids. So we have them, as I said, observe and participate in what we call clinic meetings. We have regular meetings scheduled for every student on a either monthly or every other month basis, where parents are, we schedule that with them for an hour. They come in, or we do it remotely now, where they just can observe what we're doing, listen to what's working, what we're struggling with, help us problem solve, give their input about things that they may be struggling with at home. And that's just a really great opportunity for us to make sure that we're on the same page and that we're picking up on certain things that, maybe weren't an issue a month ago and suddenly are. and we can adjust programming accordingly. We're giving assistance with a lot of home-related issues. So, we've got kids that may come in who aren't toilet trained, and, we have done times with families where we just go home, camp out there for, potentially weeks until we get kids toilet trained or ensure that they're able to stay in their own bed at night or whatever it may be. So we're really trying to work with parents on those kinds of issues. And then we are trying to provide also ongoing opportunities for parent training, because again, when you look at post-21, our kids are probably going to be at home with their family members for a very long time, and want to be sure that parents are equipped with all the skills that they need to be able to make that time successful. So what happens after NYC Autism Charter School is over? So it is very individually determined. We do have some students who transition before 21 to sometimes less restrictive settings, and that usually happens at a relatively young age. I think we have some kids that come in at 5. We see they do incredibly well with the intensive instruction that we provide. We may start some inclusion opportunities and then really look to graduate them to a less restrictive environment, and get them on a track that might be more academic in nature and provide better social models for them. We do also have some students that may at a certain point transition to more restrictive residential programs. We've seen some kids, particularly in adolescence, where certain comorbid conditions may crop up and just make life challenging at home for families. They get sort of a spike in behavior challenges that are hard to manage. And so we have transitioned some students to more restrictive residential programs. And then, if kids aren't on either one of those paths, and they stay with us to 21, at that point, they would transition into the whole world of adult services. So how do we approach instruction? Definitely with an applied behavior analytics lens. I think that's the way we sort of see instruction and look to establish teaching protocols and practices. Also a lot of good common sense, I think, and I don't think the two are mutually exclusive at all. But I'm going to try to highlight some of the most important elements of applied behavior analysis and of effective instruction. But bear with me because, again, not too much time here, so I'm just going to pick and choose some nuggets that I think might be valuable and important. So when it comes to considerations when you're teaching students, I think we look at several things. We look at any inherent strengths and or challenges. So what do students do well? What types of things are more challenging for them? And that gives us some sense and picture of who they are. We also look at their rate of acquisition around different tasks. So are they fast learners? Do they acquire new skills quickly? Or do they tend to require a lot of repetition and reminders? And you may answer those questions differently depending on the kind of task being presented, right? So we have some students who, if it comes to a visual matching task, learn very, very quickly, but may struggle more with some of the sort of language-focused, auditory instruction following and things like that. Also, definitely look at motivation. So we're always looking at what kinds of things students prefer and, whether they're socially motivated or more interested in kind of tangible items. Those preferences certainly change over time. So, I'll mention later on the importance of doing sort of ongoing preference assessments. We're also just looking at what instructional strategies are effective. So are kids visual learners, or do they respond better to pictures or text? And we're certainly also looking for any issues that might interfere with learning. So, do any students exhibit behavior challenges, maybe attention deficits, difficulty sort of sustaining attention with tasks for long periods of time? Do they show anxiety, anything like that? So I think if I had to talk about sort of the really most important things when it comes to effective education is, really trying to be able to anticipate issues. And that comes with a deep dive and assessment of students and some learning of them over time. So we're really looking over time at how they learn and what they learn and, what they struggle with. But at a certain point, you're then able to hopefully anticipate issues and build what we call antecedent management strategies. So everything that we're doing on the kind of proactive end to ensure that kids will be successful and minimize frustration and challenge in that sense. And then the other piece is making sure, given some of the, deficits in communication that most of our students manifest, really looking at providing tools for adaptive communication. And when you get into sort of the specifics of this, I think, there are several kind of steps to follow. I think most important is really investing time in relationship building. And we talked about motivation before, but really assessing motivation very frequently. That I think for probably the first couple weeks when we are onboarding and enrolling new students, I would say that relationship building piece is what we focus almost all of our time with, is really not just getting a sense of what students are interested in, but really cultivating ourselves as reinforcers. So we want them to want to be with us. And so that time is super important in setting the stage for that. I think, you really want to try and provide errorless teaching, at least at first, so that we're setting students up for success. I don't want students to, come in contact with too much frustration or challenge. So we're really trying to set up instructional opportunities to be errorless, again, at least at first in teaching. And we're looking to break tasks down into small components and teach very systematically. Again, that breakdown is going to look very different from one student to the other, depending on, their individual needs and strengths. We also want to use an appropriate amount of repetition, also very individualized. So we're looking at, how much repetition. Some of our students require a high level of repetition, others not as much. So you really want to be looking at that. Data collection will allow you to sort of see those trends. And that will allow you to know, how much repetition is really optimal across days or even within days. And then we want to provide, individualized protocol system support for skill acquisition. And that relates to, the learning environment, some visual supports that we'll build in, and motivational systems. And I think this piece is super critical. We're also going to look to always provide data-driven and consistent responses to challenging behavior. And that involves really some time spent figuring out what the function of behavior is and providing some adaptive alternatives. So, sorry, having trouble advancing here. So what we're really going to focus on, just because we, again, don't have all that much time, is this sort of piece right here. I'm going to talk a bit more about how to sort of individualize systems and look at the learning environment and visual supports and motivational systems that you might be using for different students. So let's talk first about the learning environment. And that comes down to everything, starting with classroom arrangements, things like where is the student seated. So if you have a student who is one who has a tendency to get up and elope across the classroom, dart from their chair, you want to be sure that they're not sitting next to the doorway of the classroom. So really being thoughtful about things like that, and giving kids cues for, where they should be standing, waiting, sitting at different moments. I think this idea of material storage and organization is so critical, truthfully, for everyone in the classroom, students and staff. I like to follow the motto that everything should have a home, and it should be clear to everyone where that home is, clear where items are kept, clear where students should be putting all their materials, and making sure everything is organized and clear and tailored to every student's repertoire. I think that does a lot of things. That allows for independence, because if a student knows where things are, they're more likely to be able to be independent getting them. It also really allows for teachers to be more efficient. So if things are organized and ready to go, and I know that all I need to do is just pull up this set of cards and I can start teaching, it's going to help me. It's going to minimize downtime. And what we know for our kids is that downtime can kind of be an enemy sometimes. If there's too much downtime, you might start to see challenging behavior, stereotypy creep up. So that kind of organization, I think, is really important. You want to have very clear expectations. You want to be sure students know when and how they participate. You want to have predictable routines for kids, and really look at the pace of instruction. Again, don't want to rush through things, but I think a nice steady pace of instruction is important so that we're minimizing downtime. Visual supports, I think, can be really important for our kids and can take many forms. Again, I think, for the majority of our students, there are deficits in terms of their understanding of spoken language. So if I'm saying a sequence of things that I want a student to do, it's not a guarantee that they will be able to understand that. In fact, it may actually cause anxiety and frustration because of the language barrier. And so visual supports, I think, can be incredibly helpful. And those can take different forms: text, picture, video in some cases, and can serve a lot of functions that are really valuable for our kids. They can prompt and support language and communication. They can help kids stay attending and on track. They can prompt appropriate behavior in different situations and can really help kids be independent. We use schedules a lot with our kids that they can learn to follow very independently, which can be an incredibly useful tool for them and for us as teachers. Often we're looking to fade that kind of support, but not always. I mean, I don't know about you, but if I don't have my phone and my daily schedule and my task list in front of me, I'm kind of lost. So I have that visual support there for myself. And I think, a lot of these visual supports probably can stay with our kids and be just fine. And we actually do look to move them into more sort of sophisticated platforms. So with some of our older students, we have gotten it to the point where these schedules and lists are on their handheld devices. Visual supports can really help with attention deficits. As I said, prompts can be embedded in materials. And I'm going to give you some examples of all of these in a little bit. I'll show you some samples and video clips. So prompts can be embedded in materials that allow students to sort of focus on what's salient, what the salient information is. Things like gestural prompts also. Communication deficits can be really supportive. So we can give students words to say or cues for when they should be speaking. And it can really help with skill deficits. So I think, again, going back to the importance of errorless teaching when you're starting a new skill until a student feels sort of competent and fluent can be really helpful. And visual prompts can help with that errorless teaching, can give the learner, allow them to sort of give or complete the correct response. And that can be in terms of academic and classroom skills, appropriate behavior, social skills, all of that. So here's a few examples. So this is one that is looking sort of at that attention piece. On the left side, we're looking at a story. And the question is, what was the setting of their adventure? And you can see that the answer is highlighted. So it just draws students' attention to that. Obviously, this is one of those examples because you obviously don't want that to be what's prompting the right response. So this would be an example where you really want to look to how you systematically fade that. But having those prompts embedded can be really helpful at the beginning of instruction to just cue kids into the right aspects of the question you're asking. And on the right side, you see similarly, there's a question about identifying shapes. And so initially the shapes are sort of highlighted in blue so that kids are sort of cued into what's being asked. This next video clip is showing a remote lesson, and students were asked to read an article, and then you'll see the teacher asking specific questions about the article. You'll also notice within the article shown that there are certain words that are highlighted in red, and that's a way of cueing kids into help them answer the specific question that's being asked. And you'll see that one of the students answering questions actually doesn't need cues for this. So these are intended specifically for one student who we know struggles a bit with attending to the right parts of the article. So let me play that.
This question is for Ralphie. Ralphie, what kind of animal are salmon?
Fish.
Fish. Very, very good. And Ralphie, can you please remind us, what does population mean? So remember, not talking about people in this story. What are we talking about?
How many animals there are.
How many animals there are. Very good. Specifically salmon, or like Ralphie said, fish. All right. So, Timmy, scientists discovered there was a small population of salmon. That means there wasn't a lot of salmon in the water. What was the reason? Why was there a small population of salmon, Timmy?
Due to overfishing.
Due to overfishing. Very good, using that paragraph to help you answer the question, Tim.
So you can see that those cues embedded in the text allowed Timmy to be able to answer the question. And then again, over time, we're looking at fading out any visual supports like that so that kids can answer the questions independently. Again, it's just a way of helping kids cue in and be successful. This particular student is definitely one that experiences a little anxiety when he's incorrect. And so this just allows him to be confident and successful, and we'll work to fading those supports over time. The next example is actually a young man who is learning to make choices from a visual choice board. We're going to talk a little bit later about motivational systems. I think we use systems a lot that give kids a sense of what they're working toward, what they're earning, how much time is left in a particular activity. But he has a board of choices. Most of them here are, YouTube video clips that he likes to watch. And he is going to make a choice from that board. And you'll see him put it on his timer. That's right next to him. And then the sentence there actually cues him to speak in a full sentence as opposed to just making a request with a single word. He's cued to say the entire sentence. Now, what's interesting is he's not a reader per se. So he has learned to memorize what these letter combinations sound like. So even pre-reading, you can use text as a means of prompting and facilitating language, which is interesting. I'll show you this clip. Woo! And again, over time, with more practice and rehearsal, that text prompt can probably likely be faded. Whoops, sorry about that. Other visual support. So here's some for a classroom, a remote classroom, truthfully. These are kids that actually do have a good degree of language and reading skills. And the teacher gave them some text prompts so that they know how to enter their Zoom call and what they can say to their teacher and to their friends. This one I love because, again, it's a way of really not only prompting language, but social interactions. So this is a set of materials. You see a bag with a puzzle in it, a bin that has several puzzles in them. And there's a text cue on the outside, which is what a student says to another student as he hands over the bag or the bin. So in one case, you see on the right-hand side, it would just be a matter of handing the bag and saying, "Here's your bag, Nico." So just prompts a nice, quick social interaction. The other one actually is more of a play initiation, which is really great. So he brings the bin to Nico and then says, "Hey, Nico, let's play puzzles." And then they play and interact together. So, this student was taught what to do with the bin, that he brings it to his friend, and the text sentence there just prompts him with that social initiation statement, which is great. We definitely use visual cues and text and pictures to teach functional communication training. So I mentioned before, this idea of adaptive alternatives to replace interfering behaviors can be really powerful because a lot of times, behavior can be communicative in intent. And so if you teach a more functional adaptive alternative, it can lead to reduced levels of those challenging behaviors. And that's just sort of, again, a way of focusing on what students can do as opposed to what they should stop doing. So rather than, you know, responding to an inappropriate behavior, I'm going to give them skills up front that, you know, kind of take away the need for that maladaptive behavior. And ideally, what you're prompting should produce the same outcome as whatever the challenging behavior served. So it should be what we call functionally equivalent. So for example, you know, kids exhibit frustration when they don't understand something. Rather than engaging in problem behavior, you can teach them to ask for help. Can you help me? Or to take a break from an activity. I'm going to show you a clip of this next young man who definitely did not like to be interrupted, doesn't like to be interrupted when he is especially playing with sort of a favorite activity. And there are times that he would engage in sort of pretty extreme, at times, tantrum behavior if folks tried to interrupt, or talk to him at times when he just didn't want to talk. And so what you'll see is his teacher taught him to read this script, which is just simply, I don't want to talk right now. And then we set up situations where he was specifically interrupted and then prompted to say that phrase, and then allowed to go right back to his activity, right? So it served, you know, the same function as engaging in tantrum behavior, which is, again, avoidant of that social interaction. But this is a much more adaptive means of doing that. So I'm going to show you the sort of the teaching of that. And then I'll show you a clip afterwards of him generalizing that skill outside of the teaching context and without the text script.
Hey, Alan, what'd you do this weekend? Okay.
So you see that as soon as he read the phrase, she put him right back to his activity, and he learned that if he said that, you didn't have to engage in that social interaction at that moment. And then here he is in a different context using that phrase on his own without the text cue.
Alan, what'd you have for breakfast this morning?
I did not want to talk right now.
Oh, okay.
So obviously that's a lot more functional than tantrum behavior or other behavior. You know, eventually we would want him to comply with the request to interact. But for now, just the goal of reducing that challenging behavior and having him practice those more adaptive responses is really, really functional for him, and allows us to avoid a lot of time in a situation where, you know, that challenging behavior then becomes all that we have to focus on. Oops, sorry about that.
Alan, what'd you have for?
Okay. So visual supports can also really help when it comes to classroom routines, rules and routines. And again, you know, I mentioned before this idea of organization and structure within classrooms, I think is super important. So some of the classroom routines that we will prompt are sort of, you know, you're packing up or unpacking when you get to school. And you can see on the top, this little guy uses a schedule where he just moves Elmo along, shows him what he does. What, you know, the order of what he does when he arrives at school. And below, there's one that's a little bit more sophisticated where there's text and students actually reading what he needs to do. Similarly, there can be written rules around just certain behaviors or certain prompts that allow for, you know, more success during particular skill acquisition programs or academic programs. So on the top, you'll see rules around testing. So when you take a test, there are certain expectations. Work quietly, raise my hand if I have a question, look only at my test, and then raise my hand when I'm done. And this card would sit out on the table next to a student or potentially all of the students, just as a cue to remind them. And in fact, and I'll show you a clip of this in a little bit, you know, it's great for a teacher who, if the rules are present, can just gesture a signal toward those rules. So if, for example, a student is speaking and not raising their hand, the teacher can just signal to that one section of raise my hand if I have a question, and that will cue the student about what to do without the teacher having to talk and interact with them. On the bottom, you'll see, again, for a specific skill acquisition programs, the writing task that this student is meant to be engaged in. And these are just, you know, some cues related to punctuation and how you sort of construct a sentence that can sit right next to him as he's doing his writing task, and again, eventually faded over time. One more on sort of rules and routines. We have one young man over here who is a little bit fidgety, tends to sort of, touch materials, move around in his chair, and that can be distracting to him as well as his peers. And so he has this cue card just right in front of him. And again, as I said, what's nice about this is that rather than sort of the teacher having to turn and direct her attention to him and present instructions about what he's meant to be doing, she can just very quickly and quietly signal to him what he's meant to be doing, which is sort of less intrusive, it's quicker, it's less stigmatizing for him. So here's just a quick clip of her doing that. So you can see he was moving around, she signaled to it, and he actually is sort of reading it to himself, which is just a nice way of reinforcing that idea of what he's meant to be doing. Sorry. In the virtual world, we found that we've needed to have some visual supports there as well, related to remote instruction. So things like, doing a quick check of, am I sitting up tall and still? I actually need to remind myself of that on this Zoom call. Is my face on camera? Are my headphones on? So those quick reminders and checks are really great and allow students to sort of monitor their own behavior in different situations. And then we get into the world of schedules. So this is just a more traditional classroom schedule, one that you would probably see in a lot of different classrooms. But again, and that's just nice visual system that can be referenced independently by students or referred to by teachers. That just lets everyone know exactly what the sequence of events are. If kids, are able to tell time, and I'll talk a little bit about time telling and timers in a bit, it's really helpful so they can be sort of checking in with, when things start, when things are going to be over. Similar kind of schedule. This is one for a particular student. That's his own individual, I should say, schedule that lets him know specifically what it is that he's working on. So, for example, in that last classroom schedule, there may be a reference to an independent or individual work block. And then students may have their own schedules for that 30-minute or hour-long period that take them through exactly what the tasks are that they're working on. And in some cases, it's nice for kids to be able to check off as they go so they can sort of track where they are in their schedule. And again, we get increasingly sophisticated to where, kids are using schedules that look a lot more like a schedule that you or I would use. And that's kind of the goal, is to, just get these systems, if they need to remain, into a format that's just sort of a traditional format that we would all take advantage of. And here's just one more example of those. So I've been showing you a lot of examples of text-based schedules for kids that are maybe a little bit more sophisticated. We do have many students who are newer learners who are, at a more foundational level, may not yet have text correspondence, where we really rely on pictures. And I think I want to focus a little bit more on schedules and just sort of how we train these schedules, because I think they can just be such functional tools for kids, especially in bigger classrooms where there might not be that one-to-one instructional ratio. So I'm going to show you a clip of a little guy here following a picture schedule, and I'll just talk, oops, sorry about that. I'll just talk over it as I'm playing.
Opie, do your schedule.
So this young man is following a picture schedule. It consists of a series of activities. All of these activities he was taught to be fluent with prior to putting in this schedule format. So in this case, he's starting with a bead stringing activity. That was something that he worked on and learned to do proficiently. So now he's able to string all those beads on his own. And so all of the activities in this schedule were learned to proficiency and then linked together through this visual format, which consists for him of a binder where there's a picture on each page. He looks at the picture, knows that that corresponds to the object that he gets. He completes the activity, puts it away, goes back to his schedule, turns the page, and then it cues him to get the next activity. I'm going to let this bead stringing run for just a second because I wanted to show you that. So you see that he dropped a bead. And one of the important things about schedule following, since it really is, the key is that it's going to be an independent activity. So if things that are out of the ordinary or unexpected happen, it's really important that students are the ones that are sort of responsible for fixing that problem. So rather than as a teacher coming in and picking up the bead and handing it to him, he is taught to, if that happens, get the bead himself. And the teacher who's present is really standing back and allowing him to sort of fix that mistake and correct that error. So as much as I would love to see him continue, I am going to, for the sake of time, just move to the next. And actually, this young man is in the next clip as well, I think. So this is just a clip showing an entire classroom where many kids are working on schedules simultaneously. And that allows for less supervision with more kids and allows for teachers to kind of do pullouts where they're doing some individual one-on-one instruction while other kids are appropriately engaged with activities. So let me show you this clip.
Turtle, check your model.
And you can see that Sarah's working here with the young man who's actually learning to follow a visual schedule to build a model. That's sort of the activity that is worked on right now in this block across students. You see the other kids in the background are really moving through their schedules totally independently. So there is a teacher there kind of monitoring both of those students, but they are productively engaged with activities until it's time to switch. And now this young man is going to his independent schedule. And that allows for Sarah to now pull out this young lady and work with her. And again, she's following a visual system to build a model. Once she's fluent with that, this model building activity will probably get cycled into her independent schedule. She's so cute. And again, building in language, you saw that she commented at the end, I made a bird, which is something that we prompt and may even have prompted using a text cue. I mentioned timers and time generally. You saw the use of timers for kids. I think that a lot of times we are looking at start and finish activities that have a clear beginning and end, but that's obviously not all of the activities that we're working on. A lot of times things don't have a clear start and end. And if we're building that into a schedule, we want to be sure that we've got some structure that allows kids to know when things are ending or when it's time to start an activity. And so we really use timers quite a bit, teach kids how to set their own timer and start and stop their timer. When possible, we teach kids to actually tell time. And again, that gives them some sense of a beginning and end to activities, which can be really helpful. Want to speak very briefly about motivational systems. We all do things as a result of reinforcement. A lot of that for us is social, but it's also tangible to a great extent. I love my job so much, but I don't know that I would go to it if I weren't getting a paycheck. Certainly what motivates us or functions as reinforcement for one person is going to be different for another. And that's why it's so important to invest time in really learning what is motivating for our students and to assess that frequently because that changes over time. But really capturing and capitalizing on motivation is a key part of effective teaching. And so we use a lot of motivational systems that may look like checks or stickers or points, whatever sort of visual system is going to be meaningful for each student. And it just provides really clear feedback about what's expected, can signal when a response is correct, can signal when a student is engaging in appropriate classroom behavior, and helps them, tolerate things that are hard and be reinforced for staying calm during certain activities. It's a nice, clear, predictable signal of when a reward is coming or when a task will be over. So if something's really hard, knowing that I only have to get these 10 checks before this hard thing ends can be really helpful and make things a lot more predictable. And these systems can be individual or it can be run sort of as an entire group. So there are classroom motivational systems where kids are jointly working toward a shared goal. They can stand alone or they can be kind of embedded into instructional materials. So here you see a very simple motivational system, which is just like a first then contingency. This young man has his rules for online instruction, remote instruction. And it just simply shows him first, you're going to do online school for a period of time. And then when you're done, you get to have free time and see mom. And that can be really motivating for him. As I said, also a lot of other systems, checks, points. When I do whatever my work is, I get checks, and my checks are for, and then it would, they would make a choice about what they're working for. And again, just a nice visual reminder. And here's another one, just a homework contract. So you can see some of these reinforcement systems we carry to home and from home. So we, had a challenge with a student who wasn't doing his homework every night, so built in this motivational system. And when he follows the directions across a series of days, then he gets a pass, where one night he doesn't have to do homework as long as he's done it for all the other nights. So these can be really effective and helpful. And unfortunately, I'm out of time. I know I've covered so much material in a short period of time. I want to thank you so much for spending this time with me. Again, I know I'm not there to answer questions, but certainly if you do have questions, you can feel free to email me at the email below. If you're ever in New York City and you want to stop by and see our magical, wonderful programs, please reach out. We love to have visitors in and share what we're doing. So thank you so much and have a wonderful day.
Good morning, everyone. It is a real treat for me to be here. It's such a pleasure and a privilege to be invited to speak at this year's Autism Symposium. I am coming to you from the beautiful campus of the University of Miami, where I wear several hats. I am the executive director of a program called the Center for Autism and Related Disabilities. We will talk about that toward the end of today's presentation. I'm also a clinical professor in both the departments of psychology, my primary appointment, and pediatrics. And I'm also currently serving as the assistant chairman of community outreach and engagement here in the Department of Psychology as well. So many hats, lots of activity, keeping me busy, but really my number one passion, my number one love is the work that we do in the autism community with remarkable people of all ages and functioning levels here in South Florida who have autism. I am very fortunate in that I met my very first person with autism back in 1981, just as I had graduated high school. And in that one transformative moment, I knew what I would do for the rest of my life. I knew that there would be some way, somehow, that autism would be part of every day of my life in that one moment. And it was quite remarkable. I often describe it as a lightning bolt through my heart. It was that really that inspiring to meet this one young boy who just transformed my life and put my career on this path. And 1981. So this is my 40th year since meeting my first client with autism, and my 25th year here at the University of Miami. So it's a pretty monumental year, 2021. And I'm just really happy to be with you all. And today I'm going to talk to you about enhancing early screening and access to intervention in the context of a federally funded grant that our team is proud to be a collaborator on. It's funded by the NICHD as part of their Autism Centers of Excellence network. And our project is called the Action Network. And I will explain that to you shortly. Okay, as you know, there are some standard disclosures we have to share with you, and I will just leave this up for a moment so you can all review it. Thank you, wonderful. I will also share with you my own disclosures. I have no commercial interest to disclose. I will be talking to you about some websites and online resources today, but they are not anything that I've created or contributed to the production of. They're just very useful tools that we're using in our research that we think have value not only for us and our research, but also for all of you and others around the world. I do have current grant funding from the Florida Department of Education, which is the funding source for our Center for Autism and Related Disabilities. And we do have funding, as I noted, from NICHD, which is part of the NIH. I have received permission to show you some screenshots and other information about the online tools created by my colleague, Dr. Amy Weatherby. These are tools that are being used in our study that have been created by her and her team. And I'm really delighted to share some of that with you today. I hope, when all is said and done, when we're finished, that you will learn a few things from our time together. One is, when we can actually make a reliable diagnosis in young children with autism. I think that's a very important marker that I want the world to know. I think it's also important to know how we're lagging behind in actually diagnosing kids here in the US. The average age of diagnosis is something I want you to know as well. It is considerably later than when we can make the diagnosis. So that is challenging and troubling, and one of the motivational aspects for the work that we're doing. I will explain to you in some detail our new NIH-funded study, targeting this particular issue and designed to identify 12 to 24-month-olds in primary care who are at risk for autism. Our goal is that we can get people on the front lines to screen earlier and to screen more consistently, and then to refer for appropriate diagnosis. I think that's really the important. And then, of course, intervention. The delay between diagnosis and intervention is also something we're concerned about. So there's a lot to weigh here and a lot to consider. We also will talk about, in the context of the study, 2 evidence-based practices that we are using to train parents. These are parent-mediated interventions for parents to engage with their young children in natural routines at home for those kids who are at risk for autism. And in the context of COVID, we've been able to pivot all of this to a virtual format and actually have found some real benefits of moving to a virtual format in terms of access, the minimizing barriers. It does reduce cost in some ways. And then finally, we'll wrap up at the end of the hour with just a little highlight, if you will, a little snapshot of the center that I run here in Florida. It is part of a statewide system of care, and I actually think it's a model that should be, replicated in other states and maybe in other nations around the world, because it is low cost, high impact, and I think really provides kind of a nice model, a nice sampling of how, we can support more people throughout our communities who have autism. And I think that's really at all ages and all functioning levels, for that matter. So I'm excited to talk to you about that, and I hope that you walk away from today feeling, that you've learned something and that you've been maybe inspired to pursue some of the things that we're doing as well. So as I mentioned, we are part of a network called the ACE Action Network. ACTION stands for Adaptive Community-Based Treatment to Improve Outcomes Using Navigators. And I'll explain all of this as we move along. The important aspects of that title are that we are adaptive, and that has really come in handy during COVID. The other part is that it is community-based, and in this case, home-based. It is an intervention, and the interventions that we're comparing in this study are both evidence-based. And our goal is to improve outcomes, meaning improve the outcomes of the children, get them identified earlier, get them into intervention earlier, and hopefully change lives through the support of what we're calling family navigators. These are culturally sensitive family navigators that work directly with families to support them in their efforts to engage their children and hopefully create more positive outcomes for those young children as they move forward in life. So this is our team. It's quite an impressive team led by the incomparable Dr. Amy Weatherby, who is really the brains behind the work that we're doing right now, and such a motivating and inspiring colleague with the history that she's had in autism research and autism clinical work. She's also my collaborator, as she has the same position that I do here at the University of Miami with my CARD. She has the executive director role of the CARD Center at Florida State. So we work very closely together for many, many years. And I'm delighted to be part of this network with her and with some of our other colleagues at the University of Massachusetts and the Boston University School of Medicine, and then Kaiser Permanente out in California. And then you can see we have a whole list of investigators, co-investigators that round out the research team, and then a very impressive group of consultants, Dr. Richard Grinker, Eric Laber, and of course the very well-known and remarkable Catherine Lord, who is now at UCLA. This is really an impressive team. So I think there's really some exciting work that's going to come out of this project, and hopefully you'll all follow along and be part. So we start here. What do we know about the early screening and diagnosis of autism already today in 2021? We know kind of unequivocally that autism can be diagnosed pretty reliably between 18 and 24 months of age. A number of studies have demonstrated that. We also know that most parents are concerned about their children before that. Usually between 12 and 18 months of age, parents tell us that their first concerns were reported. Unfortunately, you can see this in the data that's consistently found here in the States, and I think is confirmed in other places in the world. The average age of diagnosis is between 4 and 5 years. So there's a considerable delay between first concern and diagnosis, and also between when you can reliably diagnose and actual diagnosis. And what makes that even worse, if that weren't worse enough, is that the problem is amplified for traditionally underserved families, lower income families, African American families, rural families, all receive their diagnoses even later than our already late diagnosis. So probably a year to a year and a half later than the 4 to 5 year average that we see in the United States. So what that means is that there are many, many children who are already at risk for other reasons who are now missing out on high quality, impactful interventions simply because they weren't identified correctly or weren't identified at all. So we always encourage, and have been encouraging for quite a long time now, that parents act on their concerns by getting treatment when autism is suspected and not waiting for it to be confirmed, right? But they may be confused about how to act, where to go for help, what to do when they have concerns, if those concerns are not being validated by other folks. So one of the things we're trying to do with our collective work here is try to stimulate, trying to get information to parents so that they're more informed and they can bring that information to their primary care providers, educators, etc. And also continuing to try to motivate family care providers or primary care providers to screen more regularly, to screen earlier, and then to really act on those screens and not, engage in the wait and see approach, which is, wait and see are probably 3 of the worst words you can hear when you're thinking about a possibility of a child having autism. Always best to act when you suspect and not wait for the diagnosis to be confirmed. There's no harm in acting earlier in terms of providing some form of engaged intervention between a child and a caregiver or a child and a therapist. But more to come on all of that. So the overarching goal is to close the gap, all the gaps, the gap between early identification and early intervention, the gaps between early concerns and screening and identification. If we can close those gaps and if we can start intervention earlier, we can change lives. We can change the trajectories and change the outcomes for children who are at risk for autism. There's absolutely no question in my mind that that is possible and feasible and actually within our reach. We have the tools to do it. So our project, which is, I think, leading the way in many ways at kind of developing and using the tools that I think will change the landscape for early identification and early intervention, is designed to promote early screening. And we're focused in our study on 12 to 24-month-olds. And we do this by partnering with parents and also partnering with primary care providers. And then eventually promoting early access to, or access to early intervention, earlier access to early intervention is the key. It is an RCT, so it is a randomized controlled trial, and we are incorporating 2 evidence-based interventions, both that are parent-mediated, so the parents really play a central role in both of these interventions. One is called Problem-Solving Education by our colleague Emily Feinberg and her associates, which we'll talk about shortly. And then, of course, Early Social Interaction, the intervention designed by Dr. Weatherby and her associates. And what's lovely about these 2 is they really do, they're an interesting comparison, and I think they serve each other well when they're done either separately or together. But you'll see in our study that we have a really elegant design that allows us to look at the unique effects of these 2 kinds of interventions on families. And they're very friendly to different cultures. I think they're very friendly to application live or application using Zoom or other kinds of online platforms, and also multilingual. So there's a lot of benefit to being able to have the generalizability of these interventions be kind of so nimble. So we're excited about being part of that. In terms of what PSE is, and this is just a screenshot on the top right for the citation for anyone who wants to go and do a deeper dive into understanding the components of PSE. Time won't allow us to go too deeply into this, but essentially is a way of teaching parents how to problem solve. And problem solve in the context of day-to-day problems they may be facing, possibly with their child, possibly some other aspect of life that might interfere with their ability to do the things they need to do for their child. So the 7 steps are, in a very cognitive behavioral kind of way, you start with exploring the problem with the family that they've identified, work with them collaboratively to set a realistic goal for that problem. Try to brainstorm, with them taking the lead and the other person doing a little bit of the coaching or prompting, brainstorm multiple solutions to overcome the problem. Do a nice examination of the pros and the cons as you see them for each of the solutions that have been offered. Use the opportunity in number 5 to have the family choose the solution they'd like to try from the ones that are listed. And then collaboratively work on an action plan that gives them clear steps for how to move forward. And then the 7th step is to review the tasks from the previous session. And this really is about giving families a strategy to tackle the things that might get in the way of them taking action on really anything in life, but particularly those things that might affect their children and the care of their children. So it's a really nice, systematic, highly structured, very informal in some ways in the way that it's delivered, but substantive and impactful intervention. Relatedly, the early social interaction intervention is really about parent engagement. And this is a parent-implemented social intervention for young children who might be at risk for autism or who have autism. And the focus is on the parent-child relationship, using active engagement of the child, trying to keep the child actively engaged with you in some interaction, and then parenting transactional support. So using transactional supports by the parent to maintain that engagement. And I'm going to show a video clip shortly, but the 3 layers, if you will, for active engagement in the child are coming together with the child, keeping or staying together in that interaction, and then working together to complete an activity or some kind of engaged collaboration. And then the 3 layers for transactional supports in parents: support for a shared agenda, supports for social reciprocity, and supports for better skills. This will become much clearer as we transition to the video. And it's a bit of a lengthy video, about 3 minutes or so, but I do think it's instructive to see early social interaction being acted out in live time by a parent and a child. So enjoy this wonderful video of this family doing early social interaction exercises, and we will watch that for about 3 minutes and then catch up again at the end of that.
your shirt. Get your shirt. Good job. Good job. Come on. Then they unbutton the shirt. So yeah, it was. Yeah, this is a very big gift from the neighbors. Yeah. Put your head in. All right. Put your arms through. Good job. Button up the bottom of your shoes. Yeah, oh my God, I'm sorry. Yeah, good job. Here we go. Yeah.
And this is something you got to do. You do the editing, you know, he loves to do it.
Yeah.
And then one of the best things is, this is good. It's good to start with like one setting of your work that's right there. And now maybe you have like, oh, I know that is like a making whether it's a doll or a stuffed toy or some kind of big black hole. Because we would say that.
That's right. That's right.
When maybe what you guys do, do you have, can you use your plates and spoons and
Yeah, exactly. Good job. Good job, Julie. Yeah. Yeah, they easy. You want some of mine? You want some of mine? Want some to drink? Snacks, all right. Oh, yeah, we got it.
The bowl into the cup. You're filling your cup up.
Want some of this? Get some of this. There you go. Yeah, add some that spice.
Stirring it up.
There you go. Now stir it up. Stir it up. Stir it up. Yeah.
I think all we need is what are you guys expecting at this
Today is the day. It's my first day of school. And there's Nemo. And his daddy. And there's some water. And they're swimming and they're swimming. That's Nemo's daddy. I'm so excited. I'm so cool. Look at Mr. Ray. Julius, where's Mr. Ray? Where's Mr. Ray? There's Mr. Ray. There's Nemo. There's his friend. Off to school. Yeah.
So I think it's a lovely depiction of early social interaction. You can see, obviously you could hear the coaching, in this case from a speech and language pathologist. But most importantly, you can see the efforts on the parent to create and maintain active engagement of the child through those transactional supports. And the most important thing, I think, to me is to see that it's really about taking advantage of naturally occurring opportunities, natural things that happen in the daily routine in order to promote that engagement and promote the development of the skills. And the dad in the one scene was able to scaffold to higher level skills in terms of imitation and action with objects that really just came out of a natural relationship and a natural routine that the parent and child were engaged in. Some other critical elements, I think, to our study that are worth talking about here are we do use a technique called motivational interviewing to enhance the engagement of the caregiver through the study that we're doing, and also to motivate them to act on the things that we're leaving them with each week in terms of assignments or thoughts or strategies to think about engaging with their child, because it is, it's daunting to have to raise a child who maybe isn't developing neurotypically, and I think that can lead to stress, and in some cases leave parents a little unable to move forward. But supporting them and coaching them and also using these techniques to motivate them, I think allow the process to continue to move forward somewhat seamlessly. As I mentioned earlier, we are using home-based virtual coaching now. and that's because of COVID. We initially thought we would be doing this live coaching in the homes of the families with our navigators present, but COVID really caused, for all of us all around the world, caused us to have to pivot and to create kind of a new way of approaching the coaching. And it turns out that the virtual format really works quite beautifully. We're able to coach using Zoom. We can Zoom into someone's home and we can Zoom into their sessions with their child, and we can talk them through just as we would do if we were in the home environment. And it turns out that the virtual format may be easier for families. They don't have to worry about scheduling as much, or the barriers of getting home or coordinating other things that are going on in their home. We can simply Zoom in whenever it's convenient for them, and also for our navigators, who are the people providing the coaching. And our navigators are people that have been chosen to deliver the intervention because they are culturally and linguistically competent in a particular culture. In our case, we're using folks who speak Spanish and who speak Creole, because we have a large Haitian community here in South Florida. And it's important, they don't have to have high level of skill in terms of therapeutic skills or a lot of experience. These really are community health workers that we train to deliver the interventions. The other thing that we're doing throughout the study is we're monitoring the presence of the ASD symptoms over time. So we're collecting home videos that we then score repeatedly throughout the time that the family's with us in the study. And at the end of the participation in the study, we are doing a gold standard diagnostic evaluation with ADOS and ADI to ensure, or to check to see if the child in fact does have a diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder using those evidence-based tools. So as I mentioned, we are providing interventions in our clinic in Spanish, English, and in Creole. And most of the other sites, and there are several other sites, are doing the same. In terms of who our interventionists are, the family navigators, the term that we've given them, and I think it's a really kind of elegant way of describing what in fact these folks are actually doing. They really are helping the family navigate this journey that is new to them and unknown to them. So it's important to have someone by their side helping them, not only through the intervention components, but also the resources and services that are likely to need to be accessed or coordinated throughout this whole process. So these, as I said before, are community health workers trained in our interventions. They're trained to a level of fidelity that they have to maintain throughout the study. So it's a high quality of implementation of the intervention. They provide care to the families in their home now via our virtual formats in culturally and linguistically concordant ways. So it was very important for us to have clinicians that could speak the language and that understood the culture that the families were coming from, so that we could provide that concordance and care. As I said, we are doing virtual parent coaching via Zoom, and that has worked really beautifully. COVID has taught us that we have maybe even more opportunities to reach more parents and children than we thought before. I mean, a virtual coaching protocol allows us to go to more rural areas, to go to more underserved areas, to reach families that are maybe overwhelmed and couldn't, either coordinate someone to come to their home or go to a clinic. It really just creates a little bit more of an ease of delivering intervention than I think we anticipated. I think initially we were very concerned that we wouldn't be able to recruit and that our study would, maybe not be able to proceed. But it turns out that we've been able to actually do fairly well. We're not nearly where we were supposed to be in terms of recruitment, but our site in particular has done pretty well in continuing to reach families through all the challenges of COVID. The other thing that the family navigators do, which won't surprise you from the video you just saw, is they really do tailor the coaching and the intervention to the family and to the family's life and to the family's natural routines and to their style of parenting. Obviously coaching them to more effective intervention methods or strategies that might work for their child. And all of this is done, which is really one of the things I think I love most about it, in natural daily routines that are happening in the home. You saw the mom and dad playing with the child. You saw a dressing routine. You saw a feeding routine. So it's everything that's normally happening in the context of life that can then be enhanced by some of the strategies, either problem-solving strategies or some of the early social interaction strategies to help really elevate the child's social communication skills and engagement so that they're moving really, they're developing skills that hopefully will lead them to be more functional in terms of social communication, attention, and engagement. Our participants, the folks that we're focused on in this study are children, obviously 12 to 24 months of age. As I mentioned before, our goal is to hopefully move the needle and start to identify kids earlier. Certainly as soon as parents are concerned, that would be a great starting point, because the delays are really hard to accept, honestly. I think given that we have the knowledge and the know-how, and we have the providers who are skilled enough to make these diagnoses and make these calls, it's quite a shame that there's such a delay from parents' concern to screening or diagnosis, and then from diagnosis to intervention. So our goal is really to try to close those gaps as much as we can. And you can get into our study in a couple of ways. You can just be a parent or a community provider who has concerns about possible ASD. Those folks can be referred to the study directly, or a parent can go to an online screening tool that Dr. Weatherby has created. And if in fact the child gets a positive screen, they can be referred to the study. In fact, a positive screen in the communities where the studies are done will automatically direct them to consideration for the study. One of the nice things about the way the online tools are set up is if you go to the online tool, which is now called the Soco Checkup, and you get that through a website called the Baby Navigator, which I'll show you shortly. If you get a positive screen there, you will get results immediately from the study that says you're either positive or negative for either communication delay or autism. And if you are positive, you'll be invited to upload a home video of your child, which would then be scored by a research team that has been trained to rate what they're seeing in the video. And in fact, there's a positive screen there for autism. You can actually indicate in the portal that you want that information sent to your doctor, to your primary care physician or your pediatrician. So it kind of closes the loop so that everyone is getting the same information, and hopefully the team collectively can act on what we're learning in the screening tool and what we're learning in the home observation rating scale. We don't typically recruit kids who've already started very intensive interventions. If they're getting a little bit of early intervention within a short amount of time relative to the start of the study, we will likely include them. But anyone who's already doing, let's say, intensive ABA, for example, probably wouldn't be allowed to participate in the study. We will coach these families for a total of 6 months, either in one of the two conditions, and then they're in the study for a total of 1 year before that final evaluation is done and the study is terminated. This is our design of the study, which is, we think, quite elegant. It is a smart design, and there are, you can see, 2 conditions, one in the green, one in the blue. So after a series of baseline assessments, they're randomized into one of 2 conditions. As we track these kids, in terms of their response to treatment, those who are responders will stay in the condition they're in. Those who are deemed slow responders will be re-randomized into 1 or 2 of these conditions again. So it's a very elegant, really beautifully designed study. Obviously, COVID has created some challenges in getting kids recruited and moving them through the conditions, but I think we're kind of hitting our stride again now, and the recruitment's looking good, and I think we'll have some really interesting results when this is all said and done. So very exciting and very elegant, and I think impactful ultimately. Excuse me. So I mentioned earlier, Amy Weatherby, our colleague, has created excuse me, 2 sites that are really wonderful. One is the Baby Navigator, and the other one is called Autism Navigator. And both have been created essentially to put more information and resources into the hands of parents, providers, educators, early interventionists, more easily, right? She wanted to create a place where people could get the information that they needed to understand the development of their child or their client or their patient. So beautiful online resources, online courses, some of which I've been told are being currently translated into Arabic. So I think there'll be lots of opportunity for people in your region to access some of these materials already. Some of the highlights for me are there's a video library, for example, of red flags for autism that actually can show in parallel, side by side, neurotypical development compared to atypical development. So you can see what joint attention looks like when it looks intact, and you can see the lack of joint attention when it's not developing, for example, or joint engagement, or gestures that are supposed to be present, and then, of course, in the case of autism, when they're not present. So the side-by-side viewing of this video library, I find very compelling and very instructive. The team has also developed what they call lookbooks. These are pictorial presentations of behaviors that children should have at certain ages. And I think it's really powerful because when you talk to parents about, oh, your child should be doing this or your child should be doing that, the words alone are not very helpful. I think when a parent can see visually what that behavior actually looks like, it becomes a bit more powerful and easier for them to identify when there might be a problem. So the series is called 16 by 16 because it's 16 things that have to happen by 16 months. In the cases that I'm going to show you today, one is 16 gestures by 16 months, and the other one is 16 actions with objects by 16 months. And there are others. But they're beautiful depictions of the behaviors that should be present at certain periods of time. There are also growth charts that are very helpful, and these start at 1 month and go all the way to 24 months. So these are called the Soco, or social communication growth charts, and again, very visually presented, and I think very informative for parents, particularly who may not always know the difference between normal and abnormal or typical or atypical development. And then the checklist that I mentioned already. This is an online screening tool, the Soco Checkup, formerly called the Smart ESAC, which asks parents a series of questions, and then the results tell you whether you have a positive screen for a communication delay or a possible positive screen for autism based on your answers to the questions. So just as to give you the whole website so you can kind of go and visit yourself, autismnavigator.com. On this site, you will find wonderful courses about autism and about autism intervention, and courses for early intervention providers, educators, parents, an array of family resources and webinars. There's also a really beautiful provider, which I think is beautiful, a provider directory, which tells you who's taken the course in your area, who has the information, who has the best practices, who's done the work, which I think is very helpful to know when you're a family trying to seek out the highest quality care for your loved one. And then the Baby Navigator, which is the one that's most integral to our study, is babynavigator.com. And on this site, and you can see, by the way, these are in multiple languages on the top left there, and you can register very easily by just clicking the register button here. And we do encourage parents, when they have, even if they don't have any concerns, to sign up for the Navigator and actually track their child's development. And if they do have concerns, there are wonderful videos. This one says, what if something doesn't seem quite right, right? If you are watching your child and studying your child and feeling concerned, right? Those parents who between 12 and 18 months often report that they had some concerns. If they had a place to go that would show them whether or not those concerns were valid or not, I think parents would act more quickly on those concerns and be less inclined to wait and see, as they're often told to do by, I think, well-meaning doctors and early interventionists and others. I always say wait and see are the three worst words I think you can tell any parent who has a concern, because it just delays action, and there really is no harm in intervening even when you're just concerned. In fact, for many, many years, the field has said, provide intervention when autism is suspected. Don't wait for it to be confirmed, because there are significant delays from concern to actual diagnosis, and you miss out on a lot of rich opportunity for early intervention by waiting. Here's the Soco Checkup, which is the online screening tool, which can be delivered by 9 months of age. You can start doing it at 9 months and continue to do it every 3 months until your child is 24 months. And by then, obviously, the picture becomes quite clear about your child's developmental progression and if they need particular services or not, or if they have a particular diagnosis or not. So this really lovely, easy to administer online tool is available to anyone who goes to Baby Navigator, registers to sign up for the portal, and can do these checkups, and will get prompted to do them every 3 months by the system. So it's not that you don't have to remember anything. You just have to be engaged and have a way for the site to communicate back with you. But I think what's been helpful for us, we sometimes work with pediatricians' offices and educate them about this tool. They can sign up as a provider and have all of their families that come in for their well baby visits take the screener at the appropriate times, or they can simply use their own screening tool, maybe the MChat, in their practice, and still refer families to the study if they have a positive screen on any other screener that they're using. But we like the Soco Checkup. It has very good sensitivity and specificity. It's done online, which makes it so much easier for parents to simply do on their own if they have concerns. It is available, as I said, through the Baby Navigator portal. Initially, it's just the first 10 items just screen for communication delay. If that looks fine, the screener will be over essentially at that point. But if there's some indication that there are communication issues, then an additional 20 questions that are more autism specific will be launched. And those are the ones that will indicate whether or not there's a positive screen for autism. And if so, those kids will be invited to participate in our study and get access to the interventions that I described earlier. So it's a wonderful, easy to navigate, convenient, and effective tool that is accessible, I believe, really anywhere in the world. So obviously, I don't know that not all of these tools are yet translated into Arabic, but I anticipate Dr. Weatherby will be working on broader translations as we move forward. So the growth charts I mentioned earlier, just wanted to show you some visual images of those. We have the Baby Navigator has the Soco growth charts, and you can see 1 to 2, 3 to 4, 5 to 6. You click on any of these and you will see what kids should be doing at these ages, right? So if you're a mother of an 11 to 12-month-old and you've been hearing a lot about joint engagement, joint attention, and you're wondering what your child should be doing, you can go to this 11 to 12-month age range and see for yourself visually what your child can do or should be doing relative to what we understand about neurotypical development. And I think that's really powerful for families to have that kind of information at the tip of their fingertips, and easily accessible, and doesn't require necessarily the advice or the guidance of any other expert to really validate those concerns. Obviously, you need to have collaborative relationships with your providers and your doctors, but this really could help parents kind of take action maybe before they otherwise would have. I mentioned the 16 by 16 sample lookbooks before, and I just wanted to show you how lovely these are. And these are downloadable, printable, easily accessible for folks really anywhere. So I encourage you to go and visit and really distribute these. I think understanding what gestures, what nonverbal means of communication should look like by 16 months of age is very, very important. Like, I think one of the challenges historically with autism is that people waited for the child to not develop speech or lose some speech, whereas we could have been noticing the pre-linguistic symptom presentations of autism before the verbal language production either came online or didn't come online. So we missed an opportunity in the early years, I think, of really focusing doctors and early interventionists and parents on some of those early nonverbal communication behaviors that are so important. Pointing, touching, showing, giving, all of those things that could be indicative of a bigger problem than simply a communication delay. And this one is 16 actions by 16 months. So and often actions with objects, right? So what should kids be interacting with, and how should they be interacting with objects, whether it be toys or objects in the natural environment, to demonstrate their interest in exploration and their typical development. I mentioned the SORF earlier. When you get a positive screen on the Soco Checkup, you're invited to submit a home observation. You can record it on your phone, you can record it on Zoom, you can upload it to the portal, and it will be scored based on the DSM-5 criteria by trained observers who have been trained to a high level of reliability to rate the behaviors that they're seeing. And the results are then shared with the parent. If the child has a positive if the child is screened positive for autism, they will get the results, and then they will also be asked if they want to invite their pediatrician to receive the results. So again, getting back to the importance of creating that team, sharing that information, making sure that everyone is really on the same page in terms of what comes next for the child's care. Really kind of a critical piece that circling back to the pediatrician, if in fact the pediatrician didn't direct the parent to the portal in the first place. I want to just, before I pivot to our last bit together, I want to just acknowledge my team here at the University of Miami, a very stellar team of researchers and clinicians. Dr. Gutierrez here is a board certified behavior analyst and heads up really all the research at CARD. Jackie Moffitt is a graduate student in her 3rd year, soon to have her master's degree by the end of this month. Dee Correa is the research coordinator for the whole action team, and she's works directly with the coordinators at all the other sites. And then we have our 2 family navigators, Nikel, who speaks Creole, and Giancarla, who speaks Spanish, and both of whom have been trained now up to fidelity to administer the interventions really at a high level of quality. And it's been really wonderful working with this team. This is our first, this is our first time working together collectively, although we've all worked with each other in other ways. So we've been really proud to be part of Dr. Weatherby's vision and Dr. Weatherby's research here. And I think a lot of good will come from this study. Just for your own easy access, I included all the references that were included in the presentation here on a separate slide so that you can dig into the literature a little bit more deeply, particularly the Feinberg and Weatherby studies on the interventions that are used in our study here today. But I wanted to end, if you'll let me, I think we have the time, on sharing a little bit about the program I run here at the University of Miami called CARD. I think it is a model for other states here in the United States, but also other countries that are really working hard to build systems of care for people with autism, for the providers, for the school systems, and in a broader sense for the entire communities that these people live in, so that they can become more inclusive, more accepting, more understanding. You will see that this CARD center is my CARD center, NSU CARD, that is the one I run, is down here, this 3-county yellow region. It's the smallest geographically, but we are serving over 13,000 active clients right now. So it's quite a big impact, I think, project. But the most important thing is we are a network of 7 universities, all located in the state of Florida, all of which have their own region. So each one of the 67 counties in Florida is attached to a CARD center. So it is truly a statewide system of care. And it also provides a lot of, high quality care and a continuity of care, because you can register with a CARD center when you get diagnosed, and you can stay with that CARD center as a client through every transition in your life, all the way up through old age. So in fact, we have clients from probably 15 months all the way up into their 80s and possibly in their 90s. We work on all initiatives collectively. We meet on a monthly basis to coordinate services and to coordinate programs and to make sure that we're meeting the goals of our citizens as a statewide network, not as individual sites that operate, distinctly. So we're quite uniquely unified. To give you a little bit of background on how this all got started, in 1993, the program was launched. And it was launched in a Florida statute. So we are actually a statutory program in the state of Florida since 1993, created by parents and professionals in the local communities who are concerned with the explosion in the prevalence of autism that was happening in the 90s, and also concerned that there wasn't enough really good knowledge in the trenches. You know, in the school system, among the doctors, among the families, people just didn't know what was right and what was best in terms of care and quality of care, in particular for their children and their loved ones. So the idea was to create essentially a technical assistance project that would serve the whole state, that would be regionalized so that parents could access it as efficiently as possible from their local communities, and that would be coordinated in a fashion that would allow care to be consistent, if you will, across the state. So we didn't want a situation where a family here in Miami was getting higher quality care than a family in rural parts of Florida. And having the card centers regionally placed with high-level expertise in the form of the faculty who ran the programs would allow and would ensure that there would be continuity of care and continuity of quality. You know, and I think also the reach, making sure that we were reaching all the families we could reach, helps when you have more regionalized service provision. I happen to think that we are a very, very good return on investment. The current investment of the state of Florida is $9.4 million for all 7 centers in total, out of a $90 billion plus state budget. So that's a small bit of money when you think about the entire statewide budget. And we're serving collectively over 60,000 families, let's say 60,000 clients in the state of Florida. All of those clients have parents, all of those clients have siblings, all of those clients have teachers and doctors and community service providers. So, and we serve all of them. We serve everybody that every aspect of life that intersects with a person with autism is considered a constituent of ours, if you will. And so we're taking care of not just the person with autism, but all the concentric circles out from that person, including working with law enforcement, training businesses to be autism friendly, working with libraries and urgent care facilities and emergency room departments and parks and recreation programs so that they can be more inclusive, more accepting, more understanding of our clients throughout the state of Florida. All these services that we provide are free. There is no direct cost to the family. So that is another remarkable aspect of the program. And we provide 4 pillars, if you will. We provide direct assistance to the clients and the families. We provide public education so our broader community understands autism. We provide technical assistance. Anyone essentially needing programmatic or professional assistance, we can provide that. And then extensive training in all walks of life and education and clinical care for our patient. So as I said, it is an interesting and wonderful and long-lasting. We've been funded continuously since 1993. It is lifespan support. It is low cost to the state, and it's a high return on investment with a lot of impact. Some of our clients have been with us from the very beginning. We've watched them grow. We've watched them change. We've watched them thrive. The nice thing about what we do is that we can be in a family's life for as long as they need us. So as families go from early intervention to pre-K, to school, to post-secondary life experiences and work, they don't have to fall off cliffs. They continue to stay engaged with us and can access our supports no matter when or where, or no matter what the functioning level or the need is. We're there to help every step of the way. It's a wonderful model. I encourage you to explore it. And one of the nice things about what we've built in terms of the network is that the network allows us to also advance the field in terms of science, because we have 7 universities that are coordinated in their care of people with autism. We have now collectively registered over 60,000 excuse me, families and people with autism. So it's easy to do high quality research with those kinds of numbers. We're very proud of our research portfolio at the University of Miami. We are doing everything from genomics, where we're working with the SPARK program and many clinical sites around the country to try to find risk genes for autism, and you can find those risk genes only if you have large numbers of people in your samples, right, to do the kind of genomic analysis that needs to be done to identify risk genes. We also have a series of studies looking at using fMRI to look at neurological underpinnings of cognitive flexibility in higher functioning teens with autism. We've talked today about our early screening and identification studies. There was one today that we talked about, but there have been others, and we continue to be interested in constructs such as joint attention. We continue to be interested in trying to move that needle to earlier and better diagnosis and better access to care. We've been very interested in studying different treatments comparatively, and we did a series of studies with some colleagues of ours at the University of North Carolina looking at different preschool treatment approaches for autism, because it's important for us as collaborators with our school districts to also be able to share with them the models they should be building and creating and supporting and refining. And then, of course, we work so much with families that it's always been interesting to me to study how families adapt and cope with some of the challenges that come with autism. But our work has always looked at it very differently, because I've always been inspired by how well most of the families I meet cope. So I wanted a better understanding of what some of those variables are that buffer some families from the negative impacts of the stress of autism, and so much more. I mean, we have the portfolio is quite vast, but we're proud of the fact that we really built our clinical care, our service delivery system first, and then the research kind of emanated from that. I think a lot of other institutions do it the other way, but for us, this is how it worked out, and I think it's actually advisable and desirable to build the relationships with your clients and their families and the community, and then build the research portfolio. So we're thrilled to be doing all the things that we're doing. And in closing, I just want to leave you with this little graphic to think about, where we need to go, I think, essentially. So we've, in our clinic here, in our research labs, our team has been very interested in engagement and attention, and we know that, those great dyadic interactions between parent and child are pretty robust by 6 months of age. We know that joint attention, or those triadic interactions, really come online between 9 and 15 months of age. And so that's kind of a moment where things might be indicating that a child might not be developing normally. But we also know parents' first concern is around 18 to 24 months. Very important, very consistent finding. But sadly, the average age of diagnosis is not until 48 months. And if you are an underserved member of our community, the average age of diagnosis is even later, as I said. So those arrows are going clearly the wrong way. We think, and we know from our own work, that you can reliably diagnose autism right when the parents are actually first concerned, right? So that lines up pretty beautifully, but unfortunately, it's still not lining up in practice. And one of the things I think we're trying to do with our ACE study, with more consistent and earlier screenings, is to try to move the needle on when you can actually identify the risk and take action, right? Parents' first concern is 18 months, but if we're screening kids regularly from 9 months, we might be able to identify there's a problem even before a parent notices any concern. And then through, I think, some of the research we're doing, genomics, fMRI, other kinds of research that's looking at objective measurements of autism, we might even be able to move the needle earlier. Research and scientific discoveries could help us identify at least risk for autism, maybe earlier. Time will tell. I think what's possible, what we're contributing in the way that we can. And the goal, I think, is, I looked at this study recently by Joe Piven's group, and you can see the consolidation of symptoms, of the core symptoms of autism, come online really between 18 to 24 months. That's when things become crystal clear that autism, 18 to 30 plus months, I should say, autism is the thing that we're dealing with. Well, what if, and look at the average age of diagnosis needle here, the arrow, what if we can move this back to where these curves start to diverge, right? Maybe we can change the trajectories of even more kids with autism if we can identify them earlier than we are now. So to me, this is the moment of real excitement, moment of hope. If we can move this needle here and intervene when we first identify risk, we might be able to just change lives. So I think it's a really hopeful time. I think it's an exciting time. I'm thrilled to have been able to join you today. I hope you have a wonderful 2 days of great knowledge and inspiration, and I hope you'll stay in touch. Thank you very much. Here's my email if anyone wants to reach out, and I hope we see each other again. Feel free to visit us in sunny Miami whenever you can. Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Dr. Thabit. I'm a consultant pediatric neurology at Seizure Medicine in Qatar. I have nothing to disclose. Today, I will be talking about epilepsy and autism. The objectives of my talk will be talking about the link between epilepsy and ASD, and then we'll be able to understand what's the prevalence of epilepsy in ASD patients, and then we'll be able to understand the challenges in making the diagnosis of epilepsy in children with ASD. Then we'll go through the special consideration we have to take in mind in treating epilepsy in children with ASD. So before we start this talk, I just need to remind you with the definition of epilepsy and seizure. So seizure, by definition, is the sudden behavioral or clinical changes due to abnormal paroxysmal synchronous discharges of the cortical neuron. So it's a cortical phenomena. We have a large number of neurons in the cortex. They fire at the same time, leading to the clinical manifestation of the seizure. And epilepsy is the tendency to have recurrent unprovoked seizure. In more simple way, we can say epilepsy is having 2 or more unprovoked seizures. Here we can look at the seizure types according to the 2017 International League Against Epilepsy classification. In the past, we used simple classification based on focal seizure and generalized seizure, and the focal seizure could be due to complex partial when there's alteration in the mental status, or simple partial when there is no alteration in the mental status, and the generalized seizures. Here in 2017, they just did some revised in the classification, and they focused on the onset of that seizure. So they divided the seizure types into 3 main groups. The first one, there's a focal onset. That seizure starts from a focal area in the brain, from one area of the hemisphere. And the second group is a generalized onset, started from both sides of the brain. And when we don't find a clear onset of that seizure, we just simply put them under the group of unknown onset. And these further classified into motor and non-motor, and the focal seizure could be with impaired awareness, or we have awareness intact, and generalized seizure could be further divided into motor, and the most common one is the generalized tonic-clonic seizure, or generalized clonic, or generalized tonic, or generalized myoclonic seizures. And the non-motor is the absence seizure, as we see in childhood absence epilepsy, whether it's a typical absence or atypical absence. So this is just like to refresh your memory about the classification of seizures. So in general population, the incidence of epilepsy is about 1%. In children, the incidence is variable depending on different studies, and it could be between 0.5 to 8 in 1,000. However, that incidence is much higher in children with ASD. And what we found that the average prevalence of epilepsy in children with ASD was 12.5% in one study, and in those children who were older than 13 years old, that incidence was as high as 26%, which is really high prevalence. So the idea here is just to get a comparison between its incidence among autistic children when we compare it with general population or even children with no autism. We can see the big difference or the high incidence of having seizure in kids who have autism at the same time. And these kids, they may have any type of seizure, like generalized tonic-clonic seizure, myoclonic, atypical absence, complex partial, atonic, tonic, all kinds of seizures. So we know now that children with autism, they are at higher risk of having seizures. But what are the main risk factors of developing seizures or developing epilepsy in children with ASD? The same study showed that the following factors are associated with increased risk of epilepsy. I'm talking about children with ASD. The main two risk factors are older age and then lower cognitive ability. Other risk factors like poorer adaptive and language functioning and developmental regression and more severe ASD also were associated with higher risk or increased risk of developing epilepsy. But if we look at epilepsy in general or epilepsy in children, we see that the highest risk of developing seizure in normal children will be in the first year of life. But in ASD, the peaks are in early childhood and in adolescence. So we know now the increased risk of epilepsy among autistic children, but what is the real link between ASD and epilepsy? Does epilepsy cause autism? There have been a lot of researches in that direction, and researchers look at two main factors, the genetic factor and the environmental factor. So far, there is no clear evidence that epilepsy by itself can cause autism. However, there are rare epileptic syndromes are particularly associated with autistic features. These two main epilepsy syndromes, still they are rare, like Landau-Kleffner syndrome. So Landau-Kleffner syndrome is a very unique epilepsy syndrome. It's a rare epilepsy syndrome. It's associated with language regression. Most of the time, the kids, they have early normal language development, and later on they start to show signs of language regression. When we do an EEG, that EEG will show us a very characteristic abnormality, which is ESES, or electrical status epilepticus in sleep. Or we can sometimes use the term continuous spike wave in slow sleep. And these children, most of the time, they will start developing clinical seizures as well. This syndrome may be initially confused with the diagnosis of ASD and may be also misdiagnosed as ASD. Especially ASD is much more common than this rare syndrome. So if we have a clinical suspicion about Landau-Kleffner syndrome in kids who has autistic feature, we have to proceed with doing an EEG. Sometimes we need to do continuous EEG and to look specifically for continuous spike wave in a slow wave or ES. Other more common seizure disorder or epilepsy syndrome is called infantile spasm. Infantile spasm is also a very unique epilepsy syndrome that starts in the first year of life. That the studies show that some children who had infantile spasm in infancy, they may develop autistic feature when they get older. But there is no clear evidence thus far to suggest that association. It's like an observation. Many children with infantile spasm, they do not develop autism. Infantile spasm is much easier to diagnose, depends on the clinical presentation and the characteristic EEG abnormality of Hib's arrhythmia. Talking about genetic factors. Some genetic disorder can cause both seizure and ASD. The most common and well-known genetic disorder is tuberous sclerosis. It's an autosomal dominant disorder, and those kids with TS, they may develop seizure in about 80% of cases, and also at the same time 25 to 50% of these patients, they may have ASD at the same time. So tuberous sclerosis, there's an increased risk of both seizure and ASD. And other studies showed some deletions and duplications disorders are associated with increased risk of both epilepsy and ASD. And these children with the deletion and duplication disorder, they found corpus callosum abnormality that was the most risk factor increase with the developing of both ASD and autism. So they share an abnormality in the brain that affect the corpus callosum development, and that leads to development of both seizure and ASD. This is a study from China, was published in 2019. They looked at epilepsy syndrome and epilepsy-associated syndrome in patients with ASD, and they found the most common cause or the most common genetic cause for both ASD and epilepsy was Rett syndrome, followed by Dravet syndrome, then infantile spasm or West syndrome, and other genetic disorder like TSC, tuberous sclerosis, generalized epilepsy with febrile seizure plus Lennox-Gastaut syndrome, and other duplication and deletion disorders. So Rett syndrome is a very unique genetic disorder. Kids with Rett syndrome, they have very unique clinical presentation. It's almost always a female patient, and they have developmental regression, they have microcephaly, they have very characteristic abnormal movements in the hand, and then they start showing clinical seizures and autism features. The Dravet syndrome is very well known to us for neurology because of the seizure, and oftentimes that seizure is very resistant and intractable and very difficult to control. West syndrome, many genetic disorders, they may cause West syndrome, and later on, after developing infantile spasm, these kids, they will develop ASD. So the same study that looked at the genetic mutation found that the most common etiological cause and for both ASD and epilepsy, and it accounted for about 83% of cases who have both epilepsy and ASD, and in 46% of cases that genetic mutation was de novo. It happens in the same patient, non-hereditary one. When they look further at these genetic mutations, they found the voltage-gated ion channels activity genes played an important role in both the development of ASD and epilepsy. In neurology, we know these genetic disorders affecting the sodium channel, especially the one causing Dravet syndrome, and also other genetic mutation affecting the chloride or the potassium channel, causing, for example, benign familial epilepsy or infantile epilepsy. So there is some genetic disorders that cause both ASD and epilepsy at the same time in the same patient. But again, when we look at these individuals, we have to look at the whole clinical picture. Some of these genetic disorders, they have other clinical presentation that lead us to the suspicion or the diagnosis of that clinical syndrome, regardless the patient has ASD or has epilepsy or not. But in some patients, they have both ASD, epilepsy, and other clinical manifestation of that genetic mutation or genetic syndrome. So we talked about the genetic factor. Then a lot of researchers, they look at the environmental factors. They look at the environmental factors as a cause for ASD and as a cause for epilepsy. And at the same time, they look if there are any environmental factors that link these two disorders together. Thus far, there is no convincing evidence to suggest an environmental factor. However, there are some environmental factors that lead for the development of ASD and epilepsy in the same patient. For example, congenital rubella infection is associated with increased risk of ASD and epilepsy, and other disorder or Kernicterus syndrome, which is bilirubin intoxication that happens in the first few months of life, and it is associated with increased risk of both ASD and epilepsy in the same patient. So we talked about the association, the increased risk factor of or the increased incidence of epilepsy in children with ASD. We talked about genetic factors, environmental factors, and now we know that children with ASD are at higher risk factor of developing seizures, and we mentioned that they may develop all types of seizure, including generalized tonic-clonic seizure, myoclonic, tonic, complex partial seizure, atonic, atypical absences. But we have to be careful here before jumping to the diagnosis of seizure in ASD, even though the risk is really high and increased. If we go back about the definition of seizure, seizure is a clinical diagnosis, and oftentimes this is a straightforward diagnosis based on history and event description. However, sometimes this can be challenging, especially in children with behavioral disturbances and intellectual impairment. That's why it's very important to get a very detailed and delineated description of these events before we jump to the clinical diagnosis of epilepsy, or before we label that ASD kid to have seizure disorder. The challenge comes from the fact that children with ASD they also commonly have non-epileptic seizure-like activity. They have a lot of other events or episodes that they look like a seizure, but in fact they are non-epileptic in nature. For example, they have a lot of staring episodes, a lot of stereotypies. They have common motor tics. So staring episode could be an absence seizure, and at the same time it just could be due to attention span, due to behavioral abnormality, or it can be in daydreaming on intellectual disability patients. So it's very important here to differentiate between these seizure-like episodes from epileptic seizures. For example, as we said, a motor tics could present as a more complex involuntary movements involving shoulders, extremities, facial muscles. But when we take that detailed history, we can differentiate or get some clues how to differentiate between a tic disorder and epileptic seizure. In general, tics, they wax and wane, they are more frequent, and they do not happen during sleep. Epilepsy or epileptic seizure mostly or oftentimes is a sleep-related condition. We see more seizures during sleep or on awakening from sleep or into getting into sleep. So it's more a sleep-related disorder. They still can happen at any time during the day, but we'll see more during sleep. But tics, you don't see tics during sleep. And also tics, they can be reduced by distraction, which is something cannot happen in epilepsy. What about stereotypies? They have a lot of stereotypical movement that they look like a seizure. Again, history and detailed history, looking at the description of these events, looking at some clues that they help us to differentiate between these stereotypical movements that commonly happen in patients with ASD to differentiate them from the epileptic seizures. So stereotypies, they typically have a more consistent pattern. Usually they have longer duration, and they are frequently involve hands or the entire body, and again, they do not happen during sleep. And sometimes these events seem to happen at specific situation and are likely to be a response to a sensory trigger. And that is not the case in general with epileptic seizure. Another key point in history, we have to ask about post-ictal period. If you see an event that followed by post-event confusion, drowsiness, sleepiness, altered mental status, usually it is very concerning, very suspicious for epileptic seizure. But this is sometimes will be very challenging in patients with intellectual disability or behavioral disturbances. As a physician or a new neurologist looking at this patient, you don't exactly know what's their baseline behavioral abnormality, what's their baseline intellectual disability. And sometimes even for the best epileptologists looking at the video of these events, we cannot say for sure this is epileptic or non-epileptic, especially in kids with intellectual disability. So when we have an event that is concerning for seizure, we need to collect more data, get more information to support or exclude our differential diagnosis. The first thing we do is an EEG. We do a routine EEG. We have to remember this. Abnormal EEG does not mean the patient episode is epileptic in nature. What that abnormal EEG means is that there is an increased risk of having seizures, and the seizure threshold in that particular patient is lower than normal. When the presentation is not typical, and we are not sure about this epileptic nature of these events, sometimes the EEG itself, the routine EEG, is not very helpful. That's why we need to use the continuous video EEG monitoring to capture these specific episodes while the EEG is on, to see if there is any associated epileptiform discharges, or we call it ictal discharges, or not. We have to look at the same time of the event. We look at the EEG. If we see an epileptiform discharge at the same time with this event, that means there's a correlation, and that episode or that event is seizure or epileptic in nature. But if we don't see any changes on the EEG, that episode most likely is a non-epileptic, just like other movement disorder we see in ASD. So capturing the seizure-like episode in EEG will help confirming or excluding the epileptic nature of these episodes. What studies found that video EEG evaluation of children with autism revealed epileptiform EEG abnormalities in the majority of patients. A lot of them, they have abnormal EEG. However, many recorded seizure-like events were not epileptic in nature, even in these children who had abnormal EEG. So there is difference between the ictal and the interictal. You can see abnormal EEG in someone who is seizing. Again, that does not mean whatever episode that patient has is seizure. Sometimes the video EEG also will help classification and localization of the epileptic seizure. We need to make sure before we jump to that conclusion of seizure, because we don't need to expose the patient to unnecessary anti-epileptic medication, and at the same time, we don't need to miss the diagnosis of epilepsy. So here I'll be talking about a case that I saw last month, which is was referred to pediatric neurology, a 3-year-old male who was referred with seizure-like episode. When we looked into the history, he has some autistic feature, but he's not diagnosed with ASD yet. He's in the process of getting evaluation for that. And these seizure-like episodes consisted of different types of episodes. The most concerning one for the family was abnormal eye movements. Then they described some extremities movement and some staring episodes. We proceeded with, after getting like a good history, there was suspicion about epilepsy, or at the same time, we cannot say, no, these are not epileptic, but these episodes, they were not typical for seizure to say, okay, regardless of the EEG, these are epileptic in nature, these are true seizures. We have to proceed with anti-epileptic medication. But no, these episodes were suspicious, but not very clear-cut, at least to me, as epileptic episodes. We proceeded with the EEG. The EEG was abnormal. If you can see here, anyway, the blue lines represent the left side or the left hemisphere, and the red lines represent the right hemisphere, and the black ones is the center. And you can see here that's the normal waves, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's the normal wave, which is the alpha wave. When we look here, If you can look here in this black arrow, you can see these sharp or spike waves, and they were frequent, and they happen at very particular focal area, which is the left parietal area. So this patient has a seizure-like episode. He also has abnormal EEG, but again, that does not mean those episodes he had are epileptic in nature. This EEG indicates there's an increased risk of developing seizures. So what we did next, we hooked him to continuous video EEG monitor. So the idea of that, we know that EEG is abnormal, but we need to capture these episodes while the EEG is on. If we can see on the right side of the screen here, we can see about 8 marks. These are the marks or the events that the family marked, and they were concerning for seizure. These events or these episodes, what they saw at home, and they were concerning to be epileptic in nature. And we were lucky to capture these episodes in the first 24 hours. When we look at these episodes, at the same time, the EEG, we did not see any changes on the EEG. What we saw is just movement artifacts, muscle artifacts. None of these 8 episodes, that the family marked as a seizure had any associated epileptic form discharge. So we were be able to say these particular episodes, you were concerned about seizures, they are not epileptic in nature. They are just a movement disorder. They happen with ASD. But the EEG is abnormal. He may develop seizure at any time in the future, but these particular events are non-epileptic in nature, and there is no indication to start anti-epileptic medication in this particular patient. Again, the seizure types, we said that all seizure types can happen in ASD. Some studies suggest that focal seizures are the most common ones. Other studies found that generalized tonic-clonic seizures are the most common one, and in one study it was up to 88% of cases. It could be focal with secondary generalization, and the other studies showed that kids with ASD had history of febrile seizures in 9% of them. So this study showed the types of seizure in ASD. This study showed that the most common one was focal seizure with or without secondary generalization, about 53%, followed by generalized tonic-clonic seizures. So it depends on the study, but in general, they may develop all types of seizures. When we look at EEG in ASD, so in general, about 2 to 4% of normal children with no epilepsy, they may have abnormal EEG. But when we looked at kids with ASD, up to 25%, which is a very high percentage actually, they have abnormal EEG without having clinical seizures, without having epilepsy. This is similar to the kid we just talked about. The EEG was abnormal, but he did not have epilepsy. So EEG is just like a tool we use to help us making diagnosis of epilepsy, and it's sometimes for seizure classification, but As we mentioned before, the interpretation of abnormal EEG in ASD kids should be, again, clinically based and with caution. And some studies found that the abnormal EEG or the incidence of abnormal EEG correlates with autism severity, but in general, the interpretation of EEG should be clinically based and in the clinical context before starting anti-epileptic medication, we have to be convinced that these clinical events are epileptic in nature before jump to the use of anti-epileptic medication. So as we mentioned before, that study showed that the group with abnormal EEG, even who had no epilepsy, they had more impaired adaptive functioning when compared to the group with normal EEG. And that study found that the majority of epileptiform discharges were focal and coming from the left temporal region in the majority of patients. So this is an EEG. So we talk a lot about EEG, but this is a procedure. So we need to understand kids with ASD, they don't like procedures. So when we look at the EEG, you will see a lot of wires, at least 20 wires. We have to put them on the head, on the hair, and we have to use special glue. We have to glue them, and we have this monitor, and we have this video and the EEG technician. So it could be a stressful procedure for the patient and the family. So kids with ASD, they have a very unique characteristic, and many autistic children have issues with sensory processing. They have issue with anxiety, aggression behavior, hyperactivity, insomnia, social interaction with the new people, disturbing their routine. So they may pull out the electrodes, they may have anxiety attack and will be unable to put the leads on. However, some kids, they will tolerate the procedure better than others, especially if we use some techniques or some tips like putting the kids in their parents' lab or having the technician standing from behind and applying the electrodes. Sometimes or using melatonin or clonidine to calm them down and promote sleepiness in some patients. However, again, EEG is not a painful procedure, but might be very stressful for children and especially for autistic kids. We have to prepare the child with ASD for EEG, and that preparation starts at home and in the hospital. So the technician call the family and explain that procedure to the parents, and the parents can use simple way to explain that procedure to their kids at home and before starting the procedure. For example, we can use that we are applying these electrodes, we are scrubbing the hair. It may feel scratching, but it does not hurt you. Sometimes, if possible, we use these colored wires if they can choose the colors, or sometimes give them like stickers if they're available, or having a child life specialist. All these things will be very helpful in decreasing the stress and allowing us to complete the procedure. So the reason why I talk about this, because sometimes it's really very challenging to do or to complete an EEG in kid with ASD, unless we prepare the family to prepare the child and we do special techniques before the procedure, will not be able to do or complete the procedure. And sometimes, to be honest with you, even with these preparation, we are unable to perform the procedure, especially in older kids who have behavioral challenges, because they can easily pull these leads out, and we cannot glue the leads on. And if we can't glue the leads, or the patient moves a lot, will not get a very helpful EEG. So in this situation, we have to go back to our clinical context and make our analysis based on the clinical description rather than depending on other information from the EEG. So once epilepsy is confirmed, then anti-epileptic medications are indicated. The treatment plan should be individualized. That based on the seizure type, frequency of seizures, the duration, and we have to look at all other factors, including the side effects. For example, levetiracetam is frequently used as a first-line anti-epileptic medication in many children with seizure, but it may not be the first-line choice if the patient has significant behavioral issues. We have to look at the whole picture. So even if we start that medication, we have to look and monitor for any significant change in the behavior. Luckily, most kids, they used to that medicine in the first 2 weeks, and after that they tolerated very well with no significant behavioral issue, because we know that levetiracetam is associated with increased risk of behavioral changes. When we need to choose or select the most appropriate anti-epileptic medication, everything should be individualized. But in general, we start low and we go slow. We start with a very small dose and we titrate it up to reach the minimal therapeutic dose. But sometimes we have to do faster titration, especially if a child has frequent seizures. If there's like more frequent recurrent seizures, we have to do more faster titration on that anti-epileptic medication. The goal of the treatment is monotherapy. We like to choose one seizure medication and be on one seizure medication. But in certain circumstances, that child fails one particular anti-epileptic drug, whether it's due to side effects or lack of seizure control. I personally prefer to shift to alternate anti-epileptic medication before using dual treatment or before using polypharmacy. Some patients, unfortunately, they may need 2 or more anti-epileptic drugs to achieve reasonable seizure control. And again, it's very important to look at the whole picture, especially other comorbidities, other factors like significant behavioral issues. If the patient takes any other medication, especially the psychotropic medication or stimulant medication, and these information will help us or guide us selecting the most appropriate anti-epileptic drug for that particular child. We know that certain anti-epileptic drugs, they may have some more favorable advantage over others. For example, lamotrigine is a good anti-seizure medication that also has a mood stabilization property, but the cons of this medication is the possible interaction with other medications and the need for slow titration. We cannot titrate lamotrigine very fast because of the risk of Stevens-Johnson syndrome. So it's a very good seizure medication, but it may not be the best medication to start with in someone who has a frequent recurrent seizure and they need faster titration of his medication. Other example is sodium valproate, valproic acid. It has an excellent anti-epileptic property, but it has a more potential side effect profile, especially when we think about adolescent female. And nowadays we tend to avoid using it as a first line because of many potential side effects on like polycystic ovary, hirsutism, thrombocytopenia, and even teratogenic effect. It's a very good medication, but we have to keep in mind the potential side effects. Also, other medication, for example, topiramate, it's a good seizure medication, but the potential side effects of weight loss and, more importantly, the impact cognitive thinking. However, when they looked at randomized clinical trials, they did not see any supportive evidence to link that side effect, but the real world experience suggests the impact on mood and behavior. And honestly, this is what we see in our practice. We try to avoid the use of topiramate if the patient has intellectual disability or they have mood issue. However, the long-acting medication or the long-acting formulation tend to have less side effective profile on cognition and mood. Other commonly used medication is carbamazepine and oxcarbazepine. Oftentimes with levetiracetam, we use this medication as a first line, especially in focal seizure or focal seizure with secondary generalization. But the problem with this medication sometimes is the interaction with other medication, especially the psychotropic medication. So the bottom line, we have to look at the whole picture before selecting any anti-epileptic medication, because we do not want to start an anti-epileptic medication and after using it for 1 to 2 weeks start dealing with the side effects or inefficacy. We need to select the most appropriate anti-epileptic medication from the beginning. Here, interestingly, we talked about some advantage of certain anti-epileptic medication over the others and the potential side effects of certain anti-epileptic drugs. But there was a systemic review and meta-analysis looking at valproic acid, lamotrigine, levetiracetam, and topiramate, and actually there was no significant difference between medications and placebo in targeting irritability, agitation, and global improvement. However, in our clinical practice, most neurologists, they look into these side effect profile before starting or selecting the first line anti-epileptic drug. We talked about seizure, we talked about epilepsy, but here it's very important to talk about safety. We talk about safety in epilepsy for every single kid with epilepsy or seizure. But what studies found that epilepsy and intellectual disability together are associated with increased risk of premature mortality and increased physical morbidity. So there's like more emphasis on safety in some kids with intellectual disability or ASD. SUDEP, sudden unexplained death in epilepsy. That risk in children with epilepsy without ASD is about 1 in 4,500. Sorry. So the risk in normal children with epilepsy, the risk of SUDEP is 1 in 4,500 each year, and that risk increases up to 1 in 1,000 in adult people with epilepsy. And kids with ASD, they have even higher risk of developing SUDEP. The main risk factors for SUDEP is the generalized tonic-clonic seizures. The presence of generalized tonic-clonic seizures and frequent generalized tonic-clonic seizure is a main risk factor for developing SUDEP. So we try our best to control these seizures and make the kid seizure-free. Other risk factors including nocturnal seizures and, as I mentioned before, ID or intellectual disability by itself is a risk factor. When we talk about safety, we need to look at the polypharmacy, because many kids, they have been taking many medications, which lead for more potential side effects in these individuals. Unfortunately, seizures in these particular patients with ASD, they tend to continue into adult life, and the remission rate is low at about 15%, which is different from children who has no ASD. The remission in childhood is much higher. Again, talk about seizure safety. We have to talk about seizure action plan. Children with epilepsy should have an individualized seizure action plan, including risk communication. They have to know how to use it, whether it's buccal midazolam, the one we use more frequently here in Qatar, etc., or rectal diazepam or nasal midazolam. We have to discuss seizure precautions and safety with the patients and the family in detail. We have to tell them what they need to do. The principle or the basic thing, they have to stay calm, they have to keep calm at time of seizure, and they have to keep safe. What I mean by keep safe, they have to remove any harmful objects, they have to protect the head of that patient. They do not have to restrain the patient. They do not need to put any object in the mouth. They just turn the patient on the side and get the rescue medication ready for use. And we tell them, or we instruct them and advise them when they have to call the ambulance, when they need to call the ambulance and come to the emergency room. What are these certain situations? If the child has a seizure lasting more than 5 minutes and not responding to the rescue medication, if the child has repeated seizures, or if he has any difficulty with breathing after seizure, in case of any serious injury or any seizure happened in the water. So the family, they also need to communicate with the school and other child care providers about the seizures and the seizure types and the rescue medication the patient is on. And again, we have to be clear about water safety. This is very important. 10-second seizure in the water can be catastrophic. So patients with seizure, especially kids with ASD and intellectual disability, should never be alone in water or taking bath alone. Here, the last slide, I will just talk briefly about the comorbidities when we talk about epilepsy and autism. And now we know that there is an increased incidence, but we need to look at the whole picture, because these kids, they have a lot of comorbidities we need to address as well, including ADHD, which is much more common in children with ASD and epilepsy. And here I want to emphasize that the use of stimulant medications are safe in patients with epilepsy. There's no contraindication to start a stimulant medication. Anxiety is another common problem in patients with epilepsy and ASD, as well as sleep disorders, including insomnia, which is much more common in these particular kids. And sometimes sleep deprivation can be the major trigger for having or developing seizures. Addressing these comorbidities together will help managing epilepsy, managing autism, and improving the quality of life of these special and unique children. Thank you so much for your attendance, and thank you again.
So, hello everyone, welcome to the Qatar Annual Autism Symposium. My name is Mohammed Hussein. I am working as a speech language pathologist in Hamad Medical Corporation, Child Development Center. Really, I'm very happy to participate and share in the symposium, and I would like to thank So, hello everyone, welcome to the Qatar Annual Autism Symposium. My name is Muhammad Hussein. I am working as a speech language pathologist in Hamad Medical Corporation, Child Development Center. Really, I'm very happy to participate and share in that symposium, and I would like to thank all the organizers for the great efforts they are doing during that COVID pandemic. Today, my topic is about augmented devices and the technologies in communication with ASD. It's very important for us to understand really what's the meaning of assistive technology and what is the relation between assistive technology and devices and the devices to communicate and to improve the communication for the autistic children. So first we need to know the definition for the assistive technology. So assistive technology is an item or equipment or product system that can be used to increase, maintain or improve the functional capabilities of persons with disabilities. Assistive technology promotes a greater independence by enabling people to perform tasks that they were formerly unable to accomplish. Simply said, assistive technology helps to complete a task that couldn't be done without it. Because we are talking about assistive technology, we have to understand also another important thing like the assistive technology and the relation with AAC. So AAC is a type of assistive technology. So what is the AAC? So AAC includes all forms of communication other than oral speech that are used to express thoughts, needs, wants, and ideas. And it also is a specific type of assistive technology that can benefit people with autism of all ages by promoting independence, expanding communication, and increasing social interaction. And the AAC tools and strategies can help ensure that an individual can communicate successfully while receiving therapy aimed at restoring natural speech. So the AAC, there is a relation between the AAC and the assistive technology. So as I said, the assistive technology can support the child to communicate, and the AAC is a type of that assistive technology. So anything that can increase the communication and support the child to increase his communication skills and express his thoughts, needs or wants or ideas, anything can support his speech, that is AAC. That we call augmentative and alternative communication systems. So we have two types of AAC. We have aided communication systems and we have unaided communication systems. So we need to understand more the AAC because that will help us to understand more the presentation. So if we look here, we have two types of AAC. We have unaided communication systems, and it's like the system rely on the user's body to convey a message. Example for that, the gestures, body language, and sign language. So in the unaided communication systems, no tools needed, no physical aids, only you can use the sign language, the gestures, the movement, the facial expressions to communicate with your child. So you are not using any tool when you are communicating with your child. And that's part of the AAC. And the other part, and that's the main goal for our presentation today, is the aided communication system. So by definition, aided communication system requires the use of tools or equipment in addition to the user's body, like communication books and boards, speech generation devices, and writing output devices. So here, we need a tool to facilitate the communication with the child. And we have different examples for that tool. It could be pictures, it could be photos, it could be technology, it could be like communication boards, object symbols, written words, letters. So any tool you will use to support the communication, or any use the child would use to support the communication, we call it aided communication system. We have different range of technology available. So we have to understand that not all the technology is easy for the child to use, and it's not all the same. So we have different types of technology. We have low-tech and what we call it low-tech because it's very simple for the child. It's like we have different examples for that. We have the pictures, schedules, slant boards, and we have the mid-tech, and we have different examples for that. We have adaptive keyboards, mouse, toys, electronic books, and text-to-speech, and we have high-tech computers, laptops, tablets, smartphones, IoT system, and robots. So it's very important to understand which technology is fit for my child before I start using any of the technology. So the speech language pathologist and the autism specialist can help you to choose the one is fit for your child, and the technology can support your child to communicate better. So we have to understand the options for AAC devices, methods, and systems. We have gestures and body language, and when the child uses natural gestures or body language to communicate with those around him, this often happens naturally, but may need to be taught if the child isn't even doing this. So we can use the signs to let the child communicate with us. In the normal situation, the child is getting acquisition for that signs and gestures without anyone to teach him that. But if my child has a problem with the communication, yes, he may need someone to support him, to teach him the gestures he can use to communicate better with the people around him. The second device or a second system that we can use and could be helpful for our children is the picture exchange communication system. And the child, mainly the idea of that program, the child sends a picture that represents what he wants to the communication partner. And we have also another system or method, we call it the written message. So maybe my child can write, he can read the full words, he can write. So the child type a message on a paper, or maybe not necessarily in the paper, maybe he is using it in a computer or a screen, and that's also one of the devices and the systems that we can use when we are looking for the different AAC systems that can support the child's communication. And we have also picture boards. The child is given a symbol board with a selection of pictures. The child touches the picture that represents what he wants. As we can see here in the picture, the child, once a child touch or point at the picture, then he is communicating with you. So if you want cookies, he will just point at the picture board to choose cookies. Another examples, we have single button voice output devices, and the child is presented with a single button. When the button is pushed, a single message is spoken out loud, pre-record. So this is the Big Mac. So the Big Mac device is one of the devices we are using with the autistic children, and the idea of that device, when you record the message on the device, once the child presses the button, he will hear that message. And you can put the picture even on the device, and once he touches it, as I said, he will hear the message, and that will teach him how to communicate. And we have also multi-button voice output devices, and it's the same idea, but it's two buttons. So again, once the child will press the button and pushes the button, he will hear the message, and but maybe different words he can use at that time. Another system it's important for us to understand and know the dynamic display voice output devices. So the child is presented with a device that has a touch screen full of buttons. So it's not only one or two, no, it's full of buttons. When the child pushes a button, a message is spoken, or the entire screen changes to present different buttons based on the one he pushed. So once he presses, he will get what he wants. But it's not only one. It's not simple. It's more complex. So that's why I said at the beginning, it's important to get the support from the speech language pathologist or the professional you are working with him to support you to choose which technology and which device could be helpful for your child. So AAC, who it should be used for, and that's important question. All the families coming into my clinic, they are asking, is it fit for my child? I can use with my child. Yes, it's useful for any child with a disability who is unable to use speech to meet their communication needs across. So any child, he will not be able to use his speech for the communication with the others. Yeah, sure, he can use that system. And with whom we can use, and where the communication partners could be like the parents, the caregiver, teachers, friends, anyone that child deal with him, you can use the AAC with him. So it's not only with the therapist, it's not only with the teachers, not only with the parents. It should be teamwork. Everyone dealing with a child should use it and work with him. And this the AAC system, we can use it in different settings. So we can use it at home, we can use it at a school, and even in the community. So there is no limitation to use the device or with whom we can use that device or this system. So if you are, as a parents, you are going for assistive technology or AAC evaluation, what you have to understand and what you have to what you will suspect and what you have to prepare your child. It's really important for you as a parent to identify your child's current modes of communication, like gestures, eye contact, current AAC system, vocalization, sounds, words, phrases. So you have to know which level is your child and what is the current communication skill he can do, and what is the communication steps or the communication tool he is using to communicate with another person. So is it gestures, is it eye contact, is it AAC systems or vocalizations? So if you are going for the evaluation, it's good if you prepare a list of objects, activities, familiar people that a child would need to communicate about. From our experience, is that we need the child to communicate and we need him to interact better. Sure he will interact if he likes something. So the thing he likes more, that is the thing he will communicate more. So that's why we always advise the parents to tell us and to understand the child reinforcement and what is the priority and what is your child interested in. Because that will help us in the training for the children. So we are consider also bringing motivating toys, books, snacks that the speech pathologist could use during the evaluation to tempt your child to communicate. So AAC assessment, what to expect, what you as the parents need to expect from that assessment. So that during the evaluation, the speech language pathologist will talk to you about your child's current communication abilities and needs. He will conduct a standardized assessment of communication, and he will identify the child's motivator. The child motivator, we mean here the reinforcement. Maybe some of the children like bubbles, they like cookies, they like juice. So that we call it motivators for the child. And he will initiate a fun and engaging context-based activity with a variety of AAC tools programmed for the experience. So he has to check which AAC system is fit for the child and is helpful for your child. So that's what we can expect from the assessment. So if you are a parent and you will start doing that AAC at home, so if you are getting started with AAC at home, first identify motivating activities that your child enjoys. So follow your child needs, and he will be happy if you follow his needs, because that will give him a chance more to communicate with you, and he'll be happy to participate and share the play with the parents. And the second point, you have to work with your child's speech language pathologist on learning to program the new device. If you choose a device, and you have to be in touch with the speech language pathologist, so he can help you to teach you how to use that device, and then you will feel comfortable more and to add words, icons to the system. And also ensure that the words your child would need to use during the activities are available on the AAC system. So if there is prepared items for your child, it's better to you to prepare that words and pictures on the system that you are choosing for your child. So if he wants something, he has to find the picture or the word to be able to communicate with you about the preferred item or the required item he likes. So initially, when you are training your child, initially model language on the AAC system while you are talking to improve understanding of the purpose of the system and builds receptive language vocabulary. So you have to teach your child, sit with your child, model, show him how to use that system. You as a parents have to understand that you have to accept all the attempts your child makes to use his or her AAC systems, even if he or she makes a mistake. And you have to repeat the words or phrase your child activates on his or her system if correct. And again, you have to model a word or phrase that is relevant to the activity of your child's attempt to was not related. And again, you have to expand on his or her communication by adding words to his or her utterance. So you have to repeat, you have to do practice, you have to train your child to use the AAC system. So what is the important tips we as the parents we have to understand and we have to do? First, encourage, and that's very important. You have to encourage your child to communicate with you. How I will encourage my child to communicate with me? By preparing as I said, the preferred items. And if you wanted to motivate your child to communicate, you have to make simple changes to the environment to tempt your child to communicate using his or her AAC system. So prepare some snacks, toys, do some changes at the home. Maybe he likes He know that if I open that cupboard, I will find the cookies. If you change the place of the cookies, then he will be able, you will give him a chance to initiate the communication with you. So the different changes you are doing that will encourage your child to communicate better. The second thing that we want you to know is modeling, and it's very important. You have to model words and short phrases on your child's AAC system. So it's not necessary that you use that system only in the time of the training. When you want to work and sit and teach your child. No, it should be throughout the day and during many different types of activities like playing, dressing, snack time, family outing. So it's not, there is no limitations for using that AAC system. And you have to work on generalization. You have to model the same words or phrases across multiple activities. The rewards also one of the tips to start the AAC system with your child. The reward is very important strategy that we have to understand it as a parent. So you have to reward all the items your child makes to use his or her AAC system. So encourage your child, just motivate him, say good job, well done, just reward him. Even if he was not able to use it by proper way at the beginning, always support and reward your child. And that you have to know that maybe your child will make mistakes, but that's okay, because initially in the training, when you start training with the children, for sure they have to make mistakes, because they cannot understand everything. So if your child chooses an incorrect icon, model the correct icon as you are rewarding your child for the attempt. So you can show him, he chose wrong icon, you can show him and model the correct icon for your child. That would be like a reward for him for his response. So and after participating this several times with your child, you can challenge your child by promoting him or her to select the correct icon before giving the reward. So maybe at the beginning you are just encouraging him, rewarding him, but after time, when you feel like your child is confident more to use his AAC system, you can delay the reward and give him a chance to choose the correct icon, and then you can reward your child. Another important strategy that we need to understand is the prompt. So the prompt, if you are training your child to use the AAC system, you have to model first your child, show him how to use that, practice in front of him. This could be helpful to him, for him to understand, and also do some physical prompts. So it could be like you can hold your child's hand and put on the picture or on the device to support him and teach him how to use that. Even you can point or do some gestures to support your child and help your child for better understanding, and also the waiting. So if you did different ways of the prompt with your child, it's better if you can wait a little to see how your child could do alone. So that's another strategy very important for us to understand. So there is like specific another tips we are doing is the respond, how you respond to your child when he communicates with you. So make sure to respond to all the items your child makes to communicate with you with the new system. So at first your child may initiate communication in different ways. Maybe he will grabbing the item itself. Maybe you do vocalization. Maybe he will looking at the item and or you. So he will use the ideas to look at the item and look to you and look it back to the item. So you know what he wants. You have also to shape. You have to shape the atoms by responding positively to your child. So model a word or a phrase on your child's system and then give the child access to the item he or she wants. If your child presses an incorrect icon, as I said, model the correct icon and then provide a natural consequences. Very important note that children needs a lot of practice to start using AAC independently. As I said at the beginning about AAC, it's very important to understand some examples for this aided communication system. So I choose few examples to talk about that examples to let you understand more the different communication system that your child can use. So one of the famous programs, and it's evidence-based, and we are using with the children with autism, we call it picture exchange communication system, and that is a unique alternative and augmentative communication system. And the text switching protocol is based on specific promoting and reinforcement strategies that will lead to independent communication. So the system is based on 6 phases, and it's mainly depend on the way the child exchanges the picture with the reinforcement or the preferred item, and we can reach from that program to a level that the child can answer questions or make a sentences. So as you can see here in the pictures, the child has different pictures, and he can get whatever he likes and he wants from that pictures, and then he can put it to or he can exchange with the communication partner. So the program is like mainly and it's very important for us to understand that it's the program reduces the challenge behaviors for your child, and it's improved the communication skills for him. So the child, when he feel like he can communicate with the people around him, so that he will have less anxiety, and that will motivate him to interact more, and it will also give him more, he will be more confident to participate with the people around him. The second program, and its app, actually you can download it from the store. It's GoTalk now. So mainly the idea of that application is the child is pressing the button of the preferred items or the requested item he likes. In that program, your child, you can add a lot of pictures for your child. You can change the pictures easily. You can change the picture. You can add. You can remove. You can record even in Arabic or in English. You can record the word by your voice or the child voice. He can record the word. We will do now, like I will show you a video for the demonstration of how to use the application to improve your child communication.
Welcome to Go Talk Now Lite. In this app, you can create up to 5 pages for someone to communicate their wants and needs. One quick thing before we get started. This app is divided into 2 main sections, the player and the page editor. The player is for the person who is using this app to communicate. The page editor is for creating and editing the pages used in the player. Let's take a look at one of the basics, how to make buttons that speak. We'll go into the page editor and tap on Tap to Add Button. Here, we can set what the button does with the red action button. Right now, we're set for text-to-speech, so I'll just type a message here. We can hit preview to hear what it will sound like.
Let's go outside.
We can change the voice from here as well.
Let's go outside.
Next, let's change the written text by tapping on the blue Button Text button and then on Text. Now, let's take a look at how we can change the appearance of the button. First, by adding an image. The GoTalk image library is included for free, and you will be prompted to download it the first time you try to use it. We can browse by category or search for something specific. Images can be moved by dragging with a finger and resized or rotated by pinching fingers together or apart. Same goes for the text. We can add more images as well. And we can change the color of buttons with these controls. Buttons can also play recorded audio messages. Let's make a new button, and this time we'll set the action to recorded audio. Tap Start Recording and then speak your message. What's for lunch? Tap Stop when finished. And let's change the text on this one too. It is also possible to use images from the internet, all from within the app. Now let's exit the editor and go to the player to test out what we've created.
Let's go outside.
What's for lunch? Not bad. Now there are 2 ways to exit the player. You can take 3 fingers and swipe them down across the middle of the screen, or you can tap and hold the home button for a few seconds. Let's head back into the page editor to cover a few more items. We can create a new page by tapping the plus button down in the corner, and then Add Blank Button Page. We can use the arrows along the bottom to change pages. We can change the size of the button layout with page options. Let's set this page up to be a collection of lunch choices. I'll skip ahead a bit to where we have a nice variety of options. I've also relabeled the page by tapping the page title at the bottom of the screen. Now, let's connect this lunch page to the lunch button from the previous page. We could set the action to jump to. Tapping change will list pages we can jump to. However, if we do that, this lunch button, when used in the player, will simply go straight to the lunch page. It is possible to have buttons that both speak and then jump to another page. Let's switch the action back to recorded audio. And then we will set the after action to jump to specific page. Tap set. And then on lunch. Let's once again head back into the player and test things out. What's for lunch? Looking good. Also available are scene pages.
It's your turn to wash dishes.
And express pages.
I want a drink.
And that is a brief introduction to the basics of Go Talk Now Lite.
So we have also another application. The application name is Lookbooks, and it's one of the applications we are using with our kids, and it's also helpful and it supports the communication skills for the children with autism spectrum disorder. So I will show another video for the demonstration of the review and how we can use the application.
Hello everyone, welcome back. Now we'll do a demonstration for how we can use the application Lookbooks, and if you can see, here's the icon for the application. When we press, then it's coming the home screen. Then you will find different words that the child can use. There's a lot of words, so let's make some demonstration how we can use the program. So the child can start from using the program using single words till he reaches a sentence.
Cookies.
So when you press, here's a word, and then when you press again,
Cookies.
the application is repeating the word one more time. And we can make short sentences.
I want cookies.
And you can increase the length of the sentences as you want.
I want eat cookies.
Okay.
I want to eat cookies. I want two hamburger.
So the child can make
I want two hamburger.
even number of the items he want. So there's numbers, he can add the numbers, and if we can see, like if the child is going to the restaurant and he wants to order his own food, so he can make the short sentences, and even he can increase also the sentences. Okay.
One juice.
So we will make it one more time, make the full sentences. Okay.
I want two hamburger and one juice. I want two hamburger and one juice.
So that's how we are using the program with the children with autism. I hope the video is useful, and thank you for watching the video.
Thank you all for watching the presentation. I hope it's useful to all of you. If you need any more information about AEC or augmented devices, you can contact our autism program in Child Development Center, Romela Hospital. Thank you all, and stay safe and have a nice time. Thank you.
التوحد. أقر أنني وعلى مدار العامين الماضيين لم تكن لدي أي علاقات مع أي منظمة تجارية من شأنها التأثير على محتوى هذا النشاط. محتويات المحاضرة: تعريف التكامل الحسي، علامات اضطراب المعالجة الحسية، علامات فرط ونقص الحساسية، استراتيجيات التعامل مع اضطرابات المعالجة الحسية المختلفة. سنتعرف على بعض التعديلات البيئية المقترحة للتعامل مع مشاكل المعالجة الحسية، ونتعرف على الحمية الحسية أو النظام الحسي. سنذكر بعض من استراتيجيات الحسية للتدريب على المهارات الحياتية اليومية، وأخيراً قائمة بالمراجع والمصادر. أهداف المحاضرة: في نهاية المحاضرة سيتمكن الحضور مما يلي: ذكر 3 علامات لفرط أو زيادة الحساسية في كل من الأجهزة الحسية، ذكر 3 علامات لعوز أو نقص الحساسية في كل من الأجهزة الحسية، تحديد 3 استراتيجيات على الأقل للتعامل مع اضطرابات المعالجة الحسية المختلفة، تعيين 5 تعديلات بيئية على الأقل للتعامل مع مشاكل المعالجة الحسية المتعددة، وذكر 4 استراتيجيات حسية للتدريب على كل من مهارات غسل الوجه ولبس الملابس وتنظيف الأسنان. ما هو التكامل الحسي؟ الدكتورة جين إيريس هي من ابتكرت نظرية التكامل الحسي. يقوم الدماغ بتنظيم كل الأحاسيس الداخلة إلى الجسم من الحواس المختلفة، ليكون الشخص قادر على الحركة والتعلم والتصرف بشكل مناسب. هذا السلوك المناسب الذي يطلق عليه الاستجابة المثلى أو التكيفية، والتي تنتج من معالجة كل المعلومات الحسية المختلفة بشكل صحيح. حواس الجسم 8. سنتعرف على الحواس 8. نبدأ بحاسة الذوق، وهي تستقبل حاسة الذوق المعلومات من اللسان، ويأتي عادة من النكهات في طعامنا مثل النكهات الحلوة والمالحة والحامضة وإلى ذلك. حاسة الشم: يتلقى الأنف رسائل حسية تشمل العطور ورائحة الطعام والدخان والزهور وما إلى ذلك أيضا. حاسة البصر: تتلقى أعيننا رسائل حسية عندما يصطدم الضوء في العين، يتضمن ذلك المدخلات الحسية مثل الألوان، النصوص المكتوبة، حركة الأشياء، الأشكال، المسافة، كمية الضوء وغيرها. السمع: تستقبل الأذن هذه الرسائل الحسية والتي تسمى الموجات الصوتية، وتتضمن أمثلة المدخلات الحسية أي ضوضاء مثل بكاء، صراخ، أصوات الأدوات الكهربائية، الموسيقى وغيرها من المدخلات السمعية. النظام الدهليزي، وغالبا ما يطلق عليه نظام التوازن، يتلقى الرسائل الحسية من الأذن الداخلية مما يساعد في توازن وتناسق الحركة. الإحساس العميق، وهو الإحساس بالوعي الجسدي، حيث يتلقى الجسم رسائل حسية من عضلاتنا ومفاصلنا، وهذا ما يساعد أجسامنا على معرفة مكانها في الفضاء وكيف تتحرك أطرافنا. الإحساس الداخلي، وهو الشعور بالألم والعطش والجوع وما إلى ذلك من الأحاسيس الداخلية. اضطراب المعالجة الحسية هو مصطلح يصف التحديات التي يواجهها الشخص عندما لا تفسر أدمغتهم الرسائل الحسية التي يتلقونها من أجسادهم بشكل فعال. التفسير المختلف لهذه الرسائل يعني أن ردودهم على المعلومات الحسية قد لا يكون ما يتوقعه الآخرون. بالإضافة إلى ذلك، قد يؤدي ذلك إلى ضعف تنسيق المهارات الحركية. يمكن أيضا استخدام مصطلح خلل التكامل الحسي أو اضطراب التكامل الحسي لوصف هذه الصعوبات. كثيرا ما يعاني الأطفال المصابون باضطراب الطيف التوحد ASD من مشاكل في المعالجة الحسية. هناك العديد من العلامات المتنوعة، ولكل نظام علامات مختلفة تظهر نتيجة فرط أو نقص المعالجة الحسية، وفيما يلي سنذكر بعض من هذه العلامات. علامات فرط حساسية الجهاز اللمسي: يبدو الطفل حساسا للغاية، يكره غسل الوجه واليدين أو الشعر وتجفيفه، يرفض تمشيط شعره أو حلاقته، يرفض قص أظافره، يتجنب العناق، يكون لديه خوف من الحشود الكبيرة، يقلق أو يخاف، أو لديه عدوانية من اللمس الخفيف أو اللمس الغير متوقع، قد يمشي على أطراف أصابعه، أو يرفض المشي حافي القدمين، لا يحب الأغطية الثقيلة أو الخشنة، يأكل عدد محدود من الأطعمة المختارة، ينزعج من بعض الملابس مثل السراويل الضيقة أو الدرزات في الجوارب والأقمشة الجديدة. علامات نقص حساسية الجهاز اللمسي. هؤلاء الأطفال يحبون الأنشطة الحسية والتحفيز الحسي بشكل كبير، يحب المثيرات الحسية الاهتزازية، يحب اللمس بشكل كبير ويرغب في لمس كل شيء حوله، يلمس الأسطح، الأدوات ذات الملمس الخشن بشكل كبير. ممكن أن يكون لا يدرك أن الآخرين يلمسونه، ممكن أن يكون عدواني مع نفسه، تجده يعض نفسه أو يخرمش جلده أو يضرب رأسه. يؤذي الأطفال الآخرين من خلال الدفع أو الضرب أو القرص. ممكن أن يكون لديه قدرة على تحمل عالية للألم، فلا يتضايق من الإصابة من الجروح أو أي إصابة أخرى. يبدو دائما متسخا أو فوضويا، لا يبدي اهتمام. قد يشتهي بعض النكهات القوية مثل الحلو والمالح أو الحار وما إلى ذلك. علامات فرط حساسية الجهاز الدهليزي، جهاز التوازن. يكون الطفل يخاف من الأنشطة الحركية أو استخدام الدراجة الهوائية. يبدي خوف من بعض النشاطات في منطقة اللعب مثل السلالم، الأراجيح، ألعاب الدوران. يخاف من المصاعد أو السلم المتحرك، تجده يتمسك بإحكام بكلتا يديه على الدرابزين. والخوف من المرتفعات حتى الصغيرة منها مثل درجة واحدة. يكره أن يتم قلبه أو رفعه أو حمله أو دفعه للأمام أو الخلف أو كلا الجانبين. أي تحريك مفاجئ. يمكن أن يبدو غير متناسق أو عنيد. يفقد التوازن بشكل سريع ويرفض الحركات السريعة. علامات نقص حساسية الجهاز الدهليزي. حساسية الجهاز الدهليزي يعني التوازن. غير قادر على الجلوس، يجب أن يكون في حركة مستمرة، لا يمكنه الحصول على ما يكفي من الحركة فهو لا يشعر بالتعب. دائم القفز على الأثاث، النطاطية، يجري في كل مكان بدل من المشي. ممكن أن يعرض نفسه للخطر. يفضل أن يكون مقلوبا أو يتدلى من على كرسي. يحب الحركات السريعة المفاجئة والألعاب المتحركة وخصوصا الأرجوحة. يحب أن يتم تحريكه بشكل سريع ورميه في الهواء. علامات فرط حساسية الجهاز الحسي العميق. يفضل البقاء جالسا ويبدو كسولا وغير منظم. يرفض الأنشطة الحركية مثل الركض والقفز والتسلق. يواجه صعوبة في استخدام الدرج. يرفض أن يلمسه أحد. لديه صعوبة في القيام بالنشاطات المعتادة. يحتاج للنظر أثناء أدائها. يمكن أن يكون منتقيا للطعام، نسميهم بيكي إيتر. علامات نقص حساسية الجهاز الحسي العميق. يحب الحضن بشكل كبير عكس الطفل السابق. يحب الشد على جسمه. يركض باتجاه الأشياء والجدران والأشخاص. يستخدم قوة إضافية عند الحركة أو استخدام الأدوات. لديه ضعف في الوعي الداخلي بالمحيط الخاص. يحرك قدميه، يضربها على الأرض بشكل مستمر، يركض الأشياء، يعض، يضرب، يضغط على أسنانه بشكل مستمر. يمكن أن يمضغ ألعابه أو يقدم أظافره، يمضغ القلم أو أي لعبة أمامه أو ملابسه. علامات فرط حساسية الجهاز السمعي. هؤلاء الأطفال دائمي البكاء أو الصراخ أو الغضب من الضوضاء المفاجئة. يغطي أذنيه أو يختبئ في المواقف الاجتماعية. يحاول تجنب الضوضاء اليومية حتى تدفق المياه في المرحاض، يتضايق منها، يتضايق من أصوات لا يلحظها من بعض الأطفال من عمره كصوت الثلاجة أو المكيف أو المروحة. ينزعج من الضوضاء العالية مثل الصفارات، الطباشير، صوت الأدوات الكهربائية. يطلب من الآخرين أن يبقوا هادئين. يرفض الذهاب إلى الأماكن العامة أو المسارح أو السينما. هؤلاء الأطفال يواجهون صعوبة في الانتقال والتأقلم من الأماكن الهادئة إلى الأماكن ذات الصوت المرتفع. يمكن أن يفضلوا بعض الأشخاص بسبب أصواتهم. علامات نقص حساسية الجهاز السمعي. هؤلاء الأطفال يفضلون الموسيقى الصاخبة. يضعون الآلة الموسيقية بجوار أذنيهم، يبحثون عن الصوت. يصدر صوتا عاليا أو ضوضاء عالية في الأماكن الهادئة. يحب الضوضاء الشائعة مثل المكيف، صوت المروحة، المياه الجارية. يتمتع بالأصوات العالية. يبدو هادئا بسبب الضوضاء أو سبب بعض الموسيقى. علامات فرط حساسية البصر: يتضايق من الإضاءة الساطعة مثل ضوء الشمس. يواجه صعوبة في الانتقال من الإضاءة إلى الظلام والعكس. يتجنب التواصل البصري مع الآخرين. يغلق عينيه عند النظر إلى شخص أو شيء معين، أو ممكن أن يحرك رأسه للخلف تفاديا للنظر. علامات نقص حساسية البصر: لديه علامات ضعف في التتبع البصري والتمييز البصري، الإدراك البصري. يكون يواجه صعوبة في تتبع شيء متحرك أمامه وملاحقته بصريا. لديه صعوبة في فهم العلاقات المكانية للأشياء من حوله، مثل صعوبة تحديد ارتفاع الدرج عند صعوده أو نزوله. صعوبة في إكمال الأحاجي أو نسخ الخطوط أو تتبعها أو استخدام المقص. علامات فرط حساسية الشم: يتجنب الروائح الخاصة. قد يستخدم الكمامات مع بعض الروائح أو الأطعمة حيث يجد صعوبة في تقبل الروائح المختلفة. يكون ردة فعله قوية لبعض الروائح مثل الصداع أو التقيؤ. يميز روائح لا يميزها غيره. يمكن أن يرفض بعض الأطعمة بسبب رائحتها ويفضل الأطعمة التي لا طعم لها. يرفض الذهاب إلى أماكن معينة أو التعامل مع أشخاص معينين بسبب الروائح. علامات نقص حساسية الشم: هذا الطفل يقوم بشم رائحة الأشياء التي تبدو غريبة. يتمتع بشم الروائح النفاذة. يفضل الأطعمة ذات الروائح القوية. يشم الأشياء والناس باستمرار ولا يستطيع تجنب ذلك في كثير من الأحيان. لا يلاحظ الروائح الخطيرة. يكون عرضة لتناول شرب المواد الخطرة بسبب ذلك. صعوبة في التعرف على روائح الأطعمة. بعض الأنشطة الحسية والتعديلات البيئية للتعامل مع أعراض اضطرابات المعالجة الحسية. تنظيم أداء جهاز الاستقبال الحسي العميق. جهاز الاستقبال العميق الذي يتلقى الرسائل الحسية من عضلاتنا ومفاصلنا، والذي يساعد أجسامنا على معرفة مكانها في الفراغ وكيف تتحرك أطرافنا، مما يمكننا من الجلوس والوقوف والتمدد وتسلق السلالم والجري وما إلى ذلك. كما يساعدنا على معرفة مقدار مدى قوة السحب أو الدفع أو التحرك اللازمة. من الأنشطة التي ممكن إنها نعطيها لهؤلاء الأطفال: السحب، الدفع، الحبو، القفز. سنتعرف الآن على بعض الأدوات التي ممكن أن نوفرها لهؤلاء الأطفال. الكرات الطبية الثقيلة لديها أكثر من استخدام، إما أن يرفعها برجليه أو يديه أو الضغط عليها بالأصابع. الكرات الكبيرة يدفعها بأيديه أو أرجله. هذه الكرات نستخدمها للأطفال الباحثين عن الإحساس العميق. هنا تظهر سترة ثقيلة الوزن weighted vest. هذه السترة نعطيها للأطفال الدائمين البحث عن الإحساس العميق من خلال ضرب جسمهم بجسم آخر أو دفع الأشياء. نستخدم هذه السترات الثقيلة لإعطائهم الإحساس الداخلي الذين يبحثون عنه عبر العضلات والمفاصل لتهدئتهم. هذه السترة قابلة للتعديل ويمكن تغيير وزنها حسب الثقل المراد. الأكياس الحسية sensory sac. هذه الأكياس مطاطية توفر مقاومة للجسم أثناء الحركة داخلها، تعمل على تهدئة الأطفال الباحثين عن الحركة. أدوات المساج أو آلة الضغط توفر إحساس عميق للمفاصل والعضلات أيضا. ممكن الاستعاضة عنها بلف الطفل ببطانية والضغط على جسمه فوق البطانية. قفاز اليد الهزاز أو أنبوب المساج الهزاز يعطي الطفل الباحث عن الحركة موجات اهتزازية على العضلات والمفاصل أيضا لتهدئته. تنظيم أداء الجهاز الدهليزي أو جهاز التوازن في الأذن الداخلية والإحساس العميق، الاستقبال الحسي العميق والتوازن. اللي لازم نعرفه إنه الجهاز الحسي العميق يدعم توازننا، فهو يعمل مع الجهاز الدهليزي المسؤول عن التوازن. تمنح المستشعرات الأولية أدمغتنا مزيداً من المعلومات حول مكان أجسامنا، وهذا يساعد في توازننا. على سبيل المثال، إذا خطونا على سطح غير مستقر فستتلقى معلومات دهليزية من أذنك الداخلية حول تغيير في وضع الرأس، وتتلقى معلومات تخبر الجسم عن الوضع الذي يوجد فيه الكاحل، الركبة والورك، مما يساعد الجمع بينهما على أن يكون الجسد متوازن وأن لا يسقط. هنا المواد الموجودة أو الأدوات المستخدمة، ممكن أن نستخدم النطاطة العمودية أو الترامبولين، عدات الزحف يزحف الطفل داخل هذا النفق، أو تسلق الحائط، جدار التسلق، تعطيه إحساس عميق وأيضا تساعد في تنظيم الجهاز التوازني. هذه الأدوات تعمل على إعطاء الطفل مدخلات حسية للمفاصل والعضلات، بالإضافة إلى التوازن من خلال التعلق على الأراجيح المعلقة أو السلم الذي يظهر أمامنا. بعض الأدوات التي نستخدمها يمكن أن نستخدم لوحة توازن، الأراجيح المعلقة، قرص الدوران، تعطي إحساس بالتوازن. استخدام المراجيح المعلقة للأطفال الذين لديهم فرط في الحساسية للتوازن أو الذين لديهم نقص. لكن كيف نستخدمها؟ الذين لديهم فرط في الحساسية للتوازن ويخافون من المرتفعات أو الحركات المفاجئة، نضعه عليها بطريقة تدريجية وبطريقة هادئة. أما الذين لديهم نقص في الإحساس بالتوازن أو دائمي الحركة، نضعهم بالطريقة المناسبة للطفل نفسه. طبعاً كل ما يقوم الطفل بأداء المهارة وحده تزيد فرصته للوصول إلى التكامل الحسي. يظهر هنا أراجيح معلقة من أعلى بمحور واحد أو محورين. الأراجيح المعلقة بمحور واحد توفر حركة أفقية ودوران محوري، أما الأراجيح المعلقة بمحورين توفر حركة جانبية. والأرجوحة التي تشبه الكيس توفر الإحساس التوازني، وأيضا تعطي إحساس عميق للمفاصل والعضلات لأنها تضم الجسم. هنا صورة لغرفة التكامل الحسي تضم مجموعة من المعدات الحسية التي يستخدمها أخصائي التكامل الحسي لتأهيل الأطفال. يظهر بالصورة الأدوات الخاصة بالجهاز الدهليزي والجهاز الإحساس العميق. تنظيم أداء حاسة اللمس. هذه بعض الأدوات التي تقدم مدخلات حسية تتعلق بحاسة اللمس عن طريق الجلد المغطي لكل الجسم، ليس فقط الأيدي. من الأشياء التي ممكن أن نستخدمها للأطفال الباحثين عن اللمس السنسوري بول، الكرات اللي لها بروزات مختلفة، كاينتيك ساند أو الرمل اللعب، سلايم أو المعجون، سترينج بولز هي الكرات المطاطية، التطبيع بالأصابع، سكوين بيلو أو اللي ممكن تكون بملابس أو لوحة، والووتر بيدز وهي كرات تضع في الماء فتكبر وتعطي إحساس مختلف. تنظيم أداء حاسة السمع. ممكن أن نستخدم مع الطفل جهاز الآيبود للاستماع للموسيقى المفضلة بشكل فردي حتى لا نزعج الآخرين، بهدف إعادة التوازن للجهاز السمعي الداخلي ومن ثم تحسين القدرة على التركيز. ممكن أيضا استخدام مكبر الصوت أو الأجهزة البسيطة والأنشطة الحسية السمعية مثل الأدوات الموسيقية المختلفة، الألعاب التي تصدر أصوات، الكتب الصوتية أو البقع الضوئية. ممكن أن نستخدم للأطفال اللي عندهم فرط في الحساسية الصوتية السماعات الأذنين أو الأغطية للأذنين، وهي أغطية مبطنة تقلل الأصوات البيئية المحيطة للأطفال، خاصة إذا بدنا ننتقل من مكان إلى آخر مع هدول الأطفال. ممكن أيضا يجب أن نوفر مساحة هادئة داخل البيئة للأطفال الذين يعانون من فرط في الحساسية الصوتية، نتجنب مصادر الأصوات المرتفعة التي تشتت الانتباه مثل مكيف الهواء، صوت الموسيقى.
Sophia is 4 years old and has been coming to OT primarily for inefficiencies with processing and modulation of sensory input. This means that her nervous system requires increased amounts of input and sensory experiences throughout the day to help her maintain a calm, organized state. The goal is to provide these children with structured sensory experiences in treatment and at home on a daily basis, so they do not have to seek out input in ways that disrupt participation in daily tasks. Placing weights on her ankles and wrists allows Sophia to have a better sense of her body in space. They also work to help keep her grounded and slow her movements. Sophia also exhibits immature grasp patterns, which can lead to quick fatigue with drawing and writing tasks, as well as decreased control when using fork or spoon for self-feeding. We incorporate resistive games with Play-Doh, putty, tongs, and tweezers to assist with the development of her hand musculature and improve grasp patterns. For a greater challenge, I ask her to sustain the grasp while carrying it from one point to another. As you can see, this increases the difficulty, but turning the path into an obstacle course makes the game fun. We also incorporate reaching across midline into our sessions. This helps to develop integration between left and right sides of the body and facilitates trunk rotation. Having a strong sense of midline provides Sophia with a reference point from which she can move. Playing games on her stomach helps to strengthen her core and upper extremities. While this can be tiring, we are able to make the task motivating by using the scooter board to retrieve puzzle pieces. Like the wrist weights shown earlier, this weighted vest provides additional input and boundaries for Sophia. It allows her to have improved control of her movements as she navigates people and obstacles within her environment.
Can you find number 2?
Here, we are working on eye-hand coordination and slow, controlled arm movements, as well as more midline crossing. As the task itself is not too challenging, she is sitting on an uneven surface, requiring her to engage her core while she is completing the activity. We practice moving fast and slow during different games to help Sophia learn to grade her movements. In this game, I assist her in swinging the fishing pole fast and slow. As you can see, at this time, she continues to prefer going fast, as it is difficult and takes much more effort to move at a slow, controlled pace. Another way to organize a child's movement is to have them participate in heavy work activities, including lifting, pushing, and moving heavier items. We incorporate this into our session as a part of cleaning up activities. Lastly, we use the Bosu ball to help Sophia work on core strength and balance, as well as to slow her down and separate her arm movements from movements of her trunk. Furthermore, to provide her with additional sensory input, quick changes in head position are included within games. One way we do this is having her bend down, which places her head in an inverted position. Here you can see she is reaching for toys presented through her legs. We also work on reaching up and looking back to retrieve toys held over her head. It is important that we end our sessions with calming, organizing input. While not shown here, the last 5 to 10 minutes of Sophia's sessions are generally spent with the lights down, slow, rhythmic swinging, and breathing activities. This helps to slow her nervous system and regulate her state of arousal after all of the movement she engaged in during the session.
Thank you.
شاهدنا بالفيديو طفلة عمرها 4 سنوات اسمها صوفيا جاءت للعلاج الوظيفي لأنه عندها اضطراب في المعالجة الحسية. لهذا يحتاج جهازها العصبي المركزي لزيادة كمية المدخلات الحسية والتجارب الحسية خلال اليوم لمساعدتها على تنظيم أدائها وتهدئتها. أولاً وضعت ثقل على أطرافها لزيادة إحساسها بجسمها بالفراغ ولتبطيء حركتها. ذكرت أيضاً أن الطفلة لديها ضعف في المسكات ما يجعلها تتعب بسرعة أثناء تناول الطعام أو الكتابة، فقدمت لها ألعاب لتقوية عضلات يديها ولتحسين المسكات. قد قامت بهذه المهارة بتزامن مع نشاط حركي حسي. أعطتها أيضاً تمرين قطع خط المنتصف أثناء الجلوس على سطح غير ثابت لزيادة الإحساس بالجهاز التهليزي والتوازن، بالإضافة إلى تحفيز تحريك الجذع. تمرين السكوتر لزيادة الإحساس بالمفاصل والعضلات بالإضافة إلى تقوية العضلات. ولجعل المهارة مسلية أكثر جعلتها تنقل قطع الأحاجي من مكان إلى آخر أثناء تنقلها على السكوتر. استخدمت السترة الثقيلة لزيادة الإحساس العميق لديها أثناء أداء نشاط صيد الأسماك. أهدافها كانت التآزر الحركي البصري وتبطيء الحركة وقطع خط المنتصف، وأيضاً كانت تجلس على سطح غير ثابت لزيادة الإحساس بالتوازن لتدريبها على أداء المهارة بشكل أبطأ، حيث تفضل الطفلة الحركة السريعة لأن الحركة البطيئة أصعب وتحتاج قوة تحمل أكثر. طريقة أخرى لتنظيم حركة الطفل استخدمتها هي جعلها تشاركها في إعادة ترتيب الأدوات والتي تحتاج إلى رفع ودفع وسحب، والتي تساعدها على تنظيم الحركة عن طريق زيادة المدخلات الحسية في جهاز الإحساس العميق. أخيراً استخدمت نصف الكرة لتقوية العضلات وزيادة التوازن وتبطيء الحركة ولزيادة المدخلات الحسية. من الضروري أن تكون آخر الجلسة نشاط مهدئ بطيء، وهذا يساعدها على إعادة تنظيم جهازها العصبي المركزي. سنتحدث الآن عن تعديلات البيئة المحيطة للأشخاص الذين يعانون من صعوبات في المعالجة الحسية. يواجه الأشخاص الذين يعانون من مشاكل مختلفة في مجال المعالجة الحسية تحديات كثيرة في القدرة على معالجة المدخلات الحسية المتنوعة، والتي يتعين عليهم دائما التعامل مع العديد من الأصوات والروائح والقوام الأطعمة والملامس والكثير من الأحاسيس الأخرى ضمن بيئة المنزل ومختلف البيئات الخارجية. سنذكر الآن بعض من هذه التعديلات. للأطفال الذين يعانون من فرط في الحساسية للإضاءة، يفضل الحفاظ على مسافة فاصلة بين الأطفال ونوافذ المنزل وإبعادهم عن أي مصدر للإضاءة الشديدة. من المهم ضبط ارتفاع الطاولات والكراسي بحيث تصل أقدام الأطفال إلى الأرض، كما من الممكن الاستعانة بمسند للقدمين أسفل الطاولة في حال الحاجة لذلك، خاصة مع الأطفال الذين يعانون من فرط في الحساسية في الجهاز الدهليزي. للأطفال الذين يعانون من نقص في الحساسية في الجهاز الدهليزي، ممكن استخدام كرات التمرين ذات الأحجام المختلفة أو وسائد قابلة للنفخ تسمح بالاهتزاز قليلا أثناء الجلوس على الكرسي أو على الأرض، وذلك لاستخدامهم بشكل رأسي أو أفقي أثناء أداء مهارة معينة. وهذا يهدف لزيادة القدرة على التركيز وإطالة فترة الجلوس لأداء التدريبات المختلفة. للأطفال الذين لديهم فرط في الحساسية في الجهاز العميق، يمكن استخدام بساط الأطفال الملون الذي يتكون من الخلين، أكياس الحبوب الكبيرة، حيث تزيد من القدرة على تحمل جلوسهم لفترة أطول وتحسن القدرة على التركيز. من الممكن أيضاً تقديم بعض الأدوات مثل شريط مطاطي يسمى كيك باند يوضع على أرجل الكرسي من الأسفل للأطفال الذين لديهم نقص في الإحساس العميق، حيث توفر لهم فرصة جيدة لتحريك أرجلهم أثناء أداء مهارة معينة، مما يؤدي ضغط عكسي متولد من المطاط اتجاه مفاصل الجزء السفلي من الجسم، فيجلسون لفترة أطول لأداء مهاراتهم. للأطفال الذين يعانون من نقص في الإحساس العميق يمكن استخدام وسائل ذات ثقل توضع على الأرجل أو تلبس على الجذع، أو وسائل اهتزازية لتوفير مدخل حسي مهدئ للشعور الداخلي عبر مستقبلات الخاصة داخل العظام والعضلات، بالإضافة إلى أنه سيعطيهم إشارة جسدية مستمرة لحثهم على الجلوس لفترة أطول على الكرسي أو على الأرض. يمكن إضافة أوزان للتخفيف من الضغط على القلم أثناء التلوين على القلم للأطفال الذين لديهم نقص في الإحساس العميق عبر مستقبلات العضلات والمفاصل والأربطة. كات. يمكن استخدام أوزان لوضعها على القلم أثناء التلوين أو الكتابة في حال الطفل يعاني من نقص في الإحساس العميق عبر مستقبلات العضلات والمفاصل. من الممكن أيضاً استخدام الأقلام العريضة للأطفال الذين يضغطون بشدة على القلم أثناء الكتابة حتى لا يسبب كسر القلم، وهؤلاء الأطفال يضغطون بشدة بسبب أنهم يبحثون عن الإحساس العميق داخل مفاصلهم. للأطفال الذين لديهم فرط في الحساسية في الجهاز الإحساسي العميق يمكن وضع قطعة لينة للإمساك بالقلم لتمكينهم على الضغط على القلم لفترة أطول. من المفيد استخدام أشياء صغيرة متنوعة مثل ما هو موضح بالصورة وتسمى الهاند فيجز، متوفرة في المحلات التجارية، تبقي أيدي الأطفال مشغولة عوضاً عن أداء سلوكيات متكررة غير مرغوبة. هذه الأشياء الصغيرة أو الأدوات تعطي مدخلات حسية متنوعة، منها البصرية، منها السمعية، منها الحركية وما إلى ذلك، ويتم استخدامها حسب الحالة أو حسب الاضطراب الموجود عند الطفل. للأطفال الذين لديهم فرط في الحساسية في الجهاز العميق، وخاصة الذين يحتاجون إلى الإحساس في منطقة الفم، ممكن توفير أطراف الأقلام اللينة أو القلائد القابلة للعض والمضغ، وهذا ما يجعل الطفل يهدأ بدلاً من أن يعض أيديه أو يعض ألعابه أو ملابسه. الحمية الحسية. ظهر مؤخراً مصطلح الحمية الحسية Sensory Diet، قامت بصياغته أخصائية العلاج الوظيفي باتريشيا ويلبرغر، ما يسمى بالحمية الحسية، والتي ليس لها علاقة في الأكل، لكن هو عبارة عن خطة فردية تصمم لكل شخص حسب الاحتياج الحسي لديه، مثل الأنشطة التي ذكرتها في المحاضرة. تستهدف أكثر من نظام حسي معاً لهذا الشخص للوصول للاستجابة المثلى. لماذا سموها حمية؟ لأننا نقوم بإعطاء الطفل إحساسات متوازنة على مدار اليوم، كما في الأكل حيث يأخذ 3 وجبات على مدار اليوم، وأيضا يجب إعطاء الطفل إحساسات متوازنة على مدار ساعات اليوم. شاهدنا سابقا فيديو لجلسة علاج وظيفي فردية، الآن سنشاهد فيديو لجلسة علاج وظيفي جماعية في غرفة المثيرات الحسية. ستقوم المعالجات بتوجيه الأطفال للنشاطات التي تناسبهم، وتتضمن النشاطات تغذية حسية لجهاز الإحساس العميق والتوازن واللمس والجهاز السمعي والبصري، ليصبحوا بعد انتهاء الجلسة هادئين وقادرين على الجلوس على الكراسي لفترة أطول لأداء نشاطهم الدراسي.
Research shows that if the student's in the right mindset and they get their sensory needs met, they're going to be much better learners.
Hands to your heart space. Take a
Deep breath in.
The sensory room is probably my most important piece of the day. Students go to the sensory room in order to calm their bodies and get all the emotions out and stabilize themselves so they're ready to learn and they're happy.
When we designed the sensory room, we actually took the entire room apart. We carpeted the floor so that we could absorb some of the sound. We put the shades on the ceiling to change the light. So when they walk in that room, they feel the change.
My class specifically, we utilize the room once a day for a 30-minute break.
First thing that they do is go on the ball and they bounce to a metronome. It's really a way to ground them into the space and give them some sensory input before we have them go out into the room.
We're going to do our rotation now, okay?
So there's different stations in the sensory room, and some of my students love specific stations. One in particular loves the punching bag and the ropes. He's able to get all that anger and frustration out, so that calms him down. Whereas another student, I know he needs calming movements, so he's on the swing going back and forth.
Another area in the room is the crash pad. You will see students that have sensory issues bump into walls, bang their head. So what we've created is a safe space to crash into. And then there's the light wall. You could use your hands, you could use your feet. There's different games that are programmed on there.
Yes, good girl.
We also work on balance and coordination. The walking path works on all of those. And they have to right themselves, correct their body in space. We have 10-pound slam balls. Some students just need to come in, pick something heavy up and throw it. That's the essence of a sensory room. You're putting materials in there that are appropriate, so a student's not throwing a chair. And at the end, when they finish with their stations, they lay on the floor and they're squished. So everything that we do in there is predictable. There's a set sequence.
We're all done with sensory room. We're going to walk back to our class.
So after the sensory room, they're able to focus more. They're quieter and their hands are to themselves and they're able to listen to my directions. We're here, we came from the sensory room, we're ready to learn.
How does the sensory room make you feel?
Happy.
سنتحدث الآن عن الاستراتيجيات الحسية للتدريب على المهارات الحياتية اليومية. تناول الطعام، غسل الوجه، ارتداء الملابس، وتنظيف الأسنان. سنبدأ بالاضطرابات الحسية المتعلقة بالأكل. الأكثر اضطرابات شيوعاً أثناء تناول الطعام هي الحساسية المفرطة للروائح والمذاقات والقوام الغذائي. من أهم الاستراتيجيات للأطفال الذين لديهم فرط في الحساسية الصوتية يجب تجنب بعض من أدوات المائدة التي تسبب الإزعاج أو الضوضاء، كالأطباق المصنوعة من مادة الميلامين أو معالق الستانلس ستيل، واستبدالها بصحون وملاعق بلاستيكية. ومن الأفضل استبدال جميع الأدوات التي على المائدة. أيضا نختار أدوات ذات ألوان باهتة مع الأطفال الذين يعانون من فرط في الحساسية البصرية، ونقلل من المشتتات على مائدة الطعام، والأدوات جميعها أن تكون بألوان باهتة. للأطفال الذين يعانون من فرط في الحساسية الفموية يمكن تدليك اللثة بشكل متوسط الشدة وبحركة ثابتة قبل أوقات الوجبة وعلى مدار اليوم. أيضا للأطفال الذين يعانون من نقص في الحساسية في منطقة الفم يمكن أن نستخدم الأدوات التي ذكرناها سابقا للعض مثل القلادة، أو أن نستخدم أنبوب المضغ البلاستيكي الموضح بالصورة، وهذه الأداة تساعد الأطفال الذين لديهم نقص في الإحساس العميق داخل الفم، ونستخدمها أيضا قبل الوجبة. ممكن أيضا إضافة نكهات عليها لزيادة الإحساس للأطفال الذين عندهم نقص في الإحساس في التذوق لتشجيع المستقبلات الذوقية. من الممكن أيضا تعديل قوام المأكولات والمشروبات. ممكن تقديم بعض المأكولات قبل الوجبة الرئيسية لتنبيه أو تهدئة، أو أن نغير قوام الأكل أو قوام الوجبة نفسها. للأطفال الذين لديهم نقص في الحساسية الفموية نستخدم الأطعمة المنبهة. مثال على الأطعمة المنبهة: الأطعمة التي تحتاج إلى مضغ مثل الفواكه المجففة، الأطعمة ذات الطعم الحامض أو المالح، الأطعمة الباردة، والأطعمة التي تحتاج إلى طحن مثل بعض الفواكه مثل الجزر والتفاح أو المكسرات. في حال فرط الحساسية الفموية نستخدم الأطعمة المهدئة مثل الفواكه الحلوة، الأطعمة الكريمية، والأطعمة الدافئة مثل الشوربة. للأطفال الذين لديهم نقص في الإحساس عبر جهاز الاستقبال الحسي العميق نستخدم أدوات طعام ذات أوزان إضافية لها مقابض ذات أحجام كبيرة. من الممكن أيضا تثبيت الأطباق باستخدام فوطة أسفل الصحن أو استخدام الصحن الذي يلصق على الطاولة. من المهم مراعاة درجة حرارة الطعام أثناء الوجبة، حيث يفضل بعض الأشخاص تناول الأطعمة في درجة حرارة الغرفة، بينما يفضل الآخرون المأكولات الساخنة أو الباردة. استراتيجيات العامة للتدخل الحسي في مجال ارتداء الملابس. يواجه بعض الأطفال من ذوي تحديات المعالجة اللمسية بشكل خاص العديد من التحديات في تقبل أنواع الملابس المختلفة وفي عملية ارتداء وخلع الملابس بشكل عام. من الممكن التغلب على هذه الصعوبات باتباع الآتي. على سبيل المثال، يجب التعرف على نمط الملابس المناسب لدى كل طفل، يشمل نوع القماش، الملمس الداخلي، الملمس الخارجي، حجم الملابس، ألوانها، وما إلى ذلك من العديد من التفاصيل الدقيقة الأخرى، وذلك للعمل على توفير الملابس المفضلة لدى هذا الطفل، طبعا بما لا يتعارض مع قوانين القبول الاجتماعي. من الممكن أيضا استخدام أكثر من طبقة من الملابس مع جعل الملمس المفضل ملامس للجلد بشكل كبير. من الأفضل قص الشريط الموضح للمقاس والنوعية من داخل الملابس في حال احتوائها عليه، وأيضا اختيار ملابس لا تحتوي على درجة خياطة بارزة. وهذه هي الاستراتيجيات تستخدم مع الأطفال الذين لديهم حساسية لمسية مفرطة. أيضا من المفيد غسل الملابس الجديدة عدة مرات قبل لبسها إذا كان الطفل يرفض ارتداء الملابس الجديدة بسبب ملمسها على سبيل المثال. أيضا ممكن تسخين الملابس باستخدام مجفف الشعر قبل لبسها في فصل الشتاء إذا كانت برودة الجو أو برودة الملابس تزعج الطفل. يجب أن نحافظ دوما على رطوبة جلد الأطفال باستخدام المرطبات والكريمات الخاصة، حيث يزيد جفاف الجلد من المشاكل الحسية اللمسية عموما. يجب أن نحرص على ترتيب خزانة الملابس في المنزل بحيث تحتوي فقط على الملابس المناسبة للموسم الحالي لتجنب السلوكيات الغير مرغوبة لتعلق بعض الأطفال بنوع معين من الملابس التي لا تتناسب مع الموسم الحالي. مهارة غسل الأسنان بالفرشاة والمعجون. كما نعرف أن منطقة الفم حساسة جدا وبشكل خاص للأطفال الذين يستجيبون لللمس بشكل مفرط. كما أيضا اقتراب مقدم الرعاية إذا كانت المساعدة مطلوبة يزيد المهارة صعوبة، والقدرة على تحمل الطفل لتنظيف الأسنان يصبح أصعب. من الاستراتيجيات في مهارة غسل الأسنان يمكن تجريب عدة وضعيات لاختيار الوضعية المناسبة للطفل. ممكن أن يكون الجلوس أفضل لديه إذا كان الأطفال يعانون من اضطراب في الجهاز الدهليزي مثلا. يفضل استخدام الماء الفاتر أثناء غسل الأسنان، حيث يمكن أن تغير درجة حرارة الماء كيفية أداء المهارة من قبل الأطفال. للأطفال الذين لديهم فرط في الحساسية اللمسية نقوم بتدليك اللثة والأسنان بقطعة قماش ناعمة أو فرشاة إصبع مطاطية للمساعدة على إزالة الحساسية اللمسية حول وداخل الفم قبل تنظيف الأسنان. من المفيد أيضا تشجيع الطفل على تنظيف أسنانه بنفسه قدر المستطاع، حيث أن التحكم في الفرشاة من قبل الشخص ذاته يزيد من التقبل للملامس المختلفة ويقلل من الاستجابات الغير مرغوبة. نقوم بتوجيه الطفل لوضع فرشاة الأسنان في فمه ويبدأ بتحريكها بشكل بطيء للمساعدة على إزالة حساسية الفم المفرطة، وبعد ذلك ممكن لمقدم الرعاية أن يكمل المهارة. في حال تقديم المساعدة لأداء مهارة غسل الأسنان يجب علينا تجنب الحركات المفاجئة غير المتوقعة داخل الفم. ممكن أن نتحدث مع الطفل، نعرض عليه مجموعة من الصور التي توضح ما ستقوم به قبل الشروع بتنظيف الأسنان. يجب علينا تجريب عدة أنواع من الفراشي. يمكن أن يفضل الطفل الفرشاة الناعمة، ومنهم ما يفضل الفرشاة المتوسطة، لذلك الأفضل تجريب أكثر من نوع. إذا كان الطفل بيعاني من صعوبة في التنظيف لفترة طويلة ممكن أن نخصص وقت إضافي لتنظيف الأسنان يوميا. وأيضا من الممكن استخدام فرشاة الأسنان ثلاثية الجوانب والتي تسرع عملية الأسنان أو غسل الأسنان. أيضا ممكن استخدام فرشاة الأسنان الدورانية والتي تساعد في تقليل الوقت المستغرق أثناء عملية غسل الأسنان، أيضا مع غسل منطقة اللثة بشكل أفضل. من الاستراتيجيات أيضا أن نقوم بالعد إلى رقم محدد بوتيرة يمكن التنبؤ بها، أو استخدام العد التنازلي لنعرف الطفل على قرب نهاية عملية تنظيف الأسنان. أو ممكن أيضا استخدام مؤقت مثل الساعة الرملية أو أغنية محددة يحبها الطفل، بانتهائها يكون قد انتهى تنظيف الأسنان، مما يساعد هذا الطفل على تحمل عملية تنظيف الأسنان لفترة أطول وبشكل أفضل. أيضا ممكن استخدام روتين ثابت يمكن توقعه عند تنظيف الأسنان لزيادة فرصة الطفل لأن يتقبل نشاط غسل الأسنان. للأطفال الذين يعانون من اضطراب في نقص الحساسية في منطقة الفم يمكن أن نستخدم فرشاة أسنان ذات شعيرات متوسطة القوة، وممكن أيضا أن نستخدم معجون أسنان ذا نكهة واضحة. المفيد أيضا استخدام فرشاة الأسنان الكهربائية الاهتزازية مع تقديم ضغط إضافي خارج وداخل الفم وحول منطقة اللثة والأسنان. من الاستراتيجيات للتدخل للأطفال الذين يعانون من فرط حساسية لمسية في مهارة غسل الوجه، أن نحرص على استخدام مياه دافئة ونتجنب المياه ذات درجة الحرارة الباردة أو الساخنة. في حال الرفض المتكرر لغسل الوجه ممكن استخدام قطعة من الملابس القطنية الناعمة بعد تبليلها بالماء بعض الشيء. وإن رفض أيضا ممكن أن نجعل الطفل نفسه يمسح وجهه بهذه القطعة بحركة واحدة فقط في البداية، ثم نزيد المدة ونزيد التكرار. نشجع الطفل على غسل وجهه لوحده قدر المستطاع لزيادة قدرة تحمله للنشاط والتقليل من فرص الاستجابات الحسية غير المرغوبة. من الممكن أيضا استخدام فوطة ناعمة أو قطعة من الملابس القطنية لتجفيف الوجه، حيث تمنح الأطفال الذين يعانون من فرط الحساسية اللمسية راحة بشكل أكبر. ومن المفضل تجنب تعريض الطفل أو الجلد الرطب للهواء البارد، ونقوم بتوفير المنشفة للتجفيف فور الانتهاء من غسل الوجه. وبهذا نكون قد انتهينا من المحاضرة، أرجو أن تكون مفيدة. وهذه قائمة المراجع، وشكرا لحسن استماعكم.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. ونختم الآن في اليوم الثالث للمنتدى القطري لاضطراب طيف التوحد الافتراضي. نختم اليوم وفعاليات اليوم الثالث مع حضورنا الكريم في الحلقة النقاشية الأخيرة، ومعانا مجموعة متميزة من الخبراء والمختصين في مجال اضطراب طيف التوحد اللي قدموا لنا محاضراتهم اليوم. معانا دكتور فاروق ثابت، وهو استشاري أول أو في طب الأطفال وأعصاب الأطفال في سدرة للطب، وأستاذ مشارك في طب الأطفال السريري في كلية طب ويل كورنيل في قطر. وأيضا معنا أستاذة سماح طه، وهي أخصائي علاج وظيفي وتكامل حسي في مركز الشفلح للأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة. كذلك معنا السيد محمد حسين، أخصائي النطق والتخاطب في مركز تطوير وتنمية الطفل في مؤسسة حمد الطبية. أرحب بالمتحدثين الكرام ويسعدنا وجودكم معنا اليوم، وراح أبدأ وأوجه الأسئلة اللي جاتنا من حضورنا الكرام إلى المتحدثين. أول سؤال: كيف يتم تشخيص حالة الحساسية المفرطة أو النقص الحسي؟ أتوقع السؤال موجه للأستاذة سماح. أستاذة سماح.
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام، يا هلا ويا مرحبا.
يعطيك العافية.
وياك أستاذة. طبعا السؤال كان موجه في قضية التكامل الحسي، كيف يمكن تشخيص وجود حساسية مفرطة أو نقص حسي؟ أستاذة تفضلي.
طبعا نعمل ملاحظة مباشرة للطفل، وبنقوم بتقييم من قبل الأخصائي. أيضا عندنا بنعمل تعبئة لاستبيان حسي خاص من قبل الأهل، نعطيهم إياه وهم بيعبوه. وكمان ممكن نعطيه كمان لأستاذ الصف. وبعدين بنشوف من هذه النتائج شو بيطلع معنا، نعرف هل هو عنده حساسية أو مفرطة أو غيرها.
شكرا أستاذة سماح. هل تشجعين أستاذة سماح على يعني التشخيص المبكر لأمور الحساسية المفرطة أو العكس من خلال يعني التعرف على نشاطاته في البيت؟ شنو تحبين توجهين رسالة للأمهات الفاضلات معانا، شلون تقدر هي تعرف أن طفلها عنده مشكلة في التكامل الحسي؟ تفضل أستاذة.
طبعا أكيد لازم كل ما كان التشخيص مبكر بيكون أفضل. الأفضل يعني من العمر 3 سنين ل3 شهور ل6 سنوات. وطبعا أكيد نشوف الحساسية. كل ما يعني عرفنا المشاكل الحسية بيكون بكير بيكون أفضل. طبعا بصير التدخل أكثر وأسرع. بالنسبة للأشياء اللي ممكن نعرفها، طبعا حكت بالمحاضرة إيش العوارض اللي ممكن تكون واضحة إذا كان عنده نقص بالحساسية وزيادة بالحساسية، كلها وضحتها بالسلايدات. وكمان الأشياء التدخل اللي بنعمله كمان موجود يعني نذكر.
ممتاز أستاذة، شكرا أستاذة سماح. معانا سؤال أتوقع للدكتور فاروق: هل تستخدم أنشطة لتحسين التوازن الداخلي إلى جانب الأدوية في حالة الصرع المصاحب لأطفال اضطراب طيف التوحد؟ دكتورنا
ممكن تعيد السؤال لو سمحتي؟
هل تستخدم أنشطة لتحسين التوازن الداخلي إلى جانب الأدوية الخاصة بالصرع؟
يعني الأدوية اللي تستخدم للتوازن؟ مش
لا
فاهم
ليس التوازن، يعني هم يقصدون دكتوري الفاضل أن يعني هل أنت تعتمد فقط على الأدوية ولا أنت تستخدم نشاطات لتحسين التوازن الداخلي والقلق والاضطراب اللي يعاني منه من اضطراب يعني سواء أطفال ولا كبار من اضطراب طيف التوحد؟
يعني بجوز السؤال مش كثير له علاقة بالتشنجات، بس هي الشغلات الثانية اللي بتصاحب التشنجات، الاضطرابات الثانية، الاضطرابات السلوكية والانكزايتي والشغلات الثانية. طبعا هم بيكونوا السايكولوجيست أكثر بيشوفوهم، ومعظم الحالات هاي في البداية بيكون مش الأدوية، يعني الأدوية ما بنلجأ لها حتى في الاضطرابات السلوكية إلا إذا فشلنا في الشغلات الثانية، في فشل في طريقة التعامل مع الطفل والأمور مش مسيطر عليها، وهذا الاضطراب عامل فعلا مشكله في البيت وعامل مشكله في المدرسه او في الديكير. بعدها ممكن نستخدم بعض الادويه اللي ممكن تساعد في الامور السلوكيه. بس ما بعرف اذا القصد هنا له علاقه بالتشنجات، يعني الامور هذه بتختلف عن التشنجات اللي هو كالصرع والشغلات الثانيه اللي حكيت عنها في المحاضره.
حلو. في سؤال لك دكتور فاروق، كيف تتعاملون مع مضاعفات تداخل الأدوية مع بعضها في طفل عنده عدة مشاكل صحية وأيضا توحد مع
بالضبط.
نعم.
يعني هذه من الشغلات المهمة اللي احنا في أدوية التشنجات، مثل ما حكيت في المحاضرة، قدر الإمكان بنحاول نحط المريض، إذا طبعا بيحتاج لأدوية للسيطرة على التشنجات، إنه نخليه على دواء تشنج واحد، يعني ما بنحبذ إنه أكثر من دواء تشنج. هلا إذا المريض لسبب من الأسباب هذا الدواء اللي اخترناه ما نجح معه، سواء للمضاعفات السايد افكتس اللي صارت مع الدواء، او انه نفس الدواء ما سيطر على التشنجات، بيكون الافضل انه نحول لدواء تشنج ثاني قبل ما انه نبلش المريض على اللي هي يعني دوايين تشنجات مع بعض. هلا كل الاطفال قبل ما نبلش اي دواء تشنج بنطلع على الادويه الثانيه اللي بياخذها الاطفال، لانه كثير بنشوف كثير اطفال بيكونوا بياخذوا الادويه للاي دي اتش دي او حتى للشغلات الميديكيشن زي الريسبردال بياخذوه كثير، او للانكزايتي. فقدر الامكان بناخذ الادويه اللي ما يكون لها تفاعل او سايد افكت مع هذه الادويه الثانيه. وكمان شغله بنطلع احنا كمان على البيكتشر بشكل عام، يعني نفس المريض كل مريض بيختلف عن الثاني، يعني في بعض الامراض في بعض الاطفال سوري بيكون شوي من ناحيه سلوكيه، في عندهم الاجريشن، في عندهم العدوانيه، في عندهم يعني الامور بتكون كثير زايده، فبنحاول نتجنب بعض الادويه اللي ممكن تاثر على السلوكيات، منها زي الكبرى. بينما ممكن بعض الادويه زي الترايلبتال او الاوكسكاربيزابين بنستخدمه كثير، ممكن تساعد في شغله المود وشغله البيهيفير، وكمان في ادويه زي اللاموتروجين ممكن تساعد. بس هي القصد هنا انه قبل ما نبلش اي دواء بننظر على كل الادويه اللي بياخذها المريض، بننظر على الصوره المريضيه للمريض بشكل عام، اذا في عنده اي امراض ثانيه قبل ما نبلش على اي دواء تشنج، وبنفس الوقت بنشوف شو السايد افكت المحتمل يكون مع هذا الدواء.
ممتاز. دكتور فاروق، في سؤال عن الحمية الكيتونية أو الحميات لتقليل مضاعفات نوبات الصرع، هل أنتم معاها أم ضدها؟
لا احنا معاها، بس بصراحه الامور الحميه الكيتوجينيك دايت او الاتكن دايت، الامور بشكل عام مش سهله، ممتاز الحميه، بس عمليه تطبيقها على الواقع بتكون الامور مش سهله. هلا بنلجا لها في كثير الحالات اللي بتكون ما بتستجيب لادويه التشنج، يعني هذا موجوده وبنستخدمها اذا بعض الاطفال ما استجابوا لادويه التشنج. احنا بنحكي اذا بيستجيبوش لدوايين تشنج بتكون النكست ستيب ان هي الشغلات اللي مش دوائيه. بس بنشوف كثير في بعض الاهل بيطلبوا منا انه احنا ممكن نبلش الحميه الكيتوجينيك دايت على المريض بدل الادويه التشنجات. هلا من ناحيه نظريه ممكن، بس من ناحيه عمليه يعني عشان احكي بصراحه الكيتوجينيك دايت مش سهل، يعني زي والتزام كامل بين الاهل والطفل انه يكون كيتوجينيك دايت، وخصوصا الاطفال بنشوفهم في الاعمار الصغيره كثير يعني بيحبوا الشغلات اللي فيها الكربوهيدرات والشغلات اللي فيها السكريات والحلويات. هلا تيجي تمنعيهم
من هذه كل هذه المواد الغذائيه اللي فيها سكريات والكربوهيدرات شغله مش كثير سهله، يعني كثير صعبه، ومعظم الاطفال مش سهل يتقبلوا الكيتوجينيك دايت لانه بتحكي عن شغلات كلها اكثر زيتيه وفيها الكيتون وفيش فيها السكريات. واذا الولد كان يعني بالزمانات مستطعم طعم السكريات والحلاوه والشغلات زي هيك، عمليه تطبيقها مش عمليه سهله. هذه المشكله اعتقد اكبر مشكله مع الكيتوجينيك دايت، ان هي عمليه تطبيقها على الاطفال، وانك تجبر الاطفال انه يلتزموا بهذه الحميه. بس هي موجوده هذه وبنستخدمها، بس بصراحه بنستخدمها اكثر يعني مش انه كفيرست لاين، مش انه نبدا فيها، يعني في الحالات اللي ما بتستجيب للادويه.
نعم ممتاز. شكرا دكتور فاروق. أنتقل لأستاذ محمد حسين في أسئلة عن التطبيقات المتوفرة. كيف أحصل على جوتوك؟ وهل تطبيقات التواصل تزيد من فرصة اكتساب الطفل الكلام أم تقلل؟
السلام عليكم، يعطيك العافية دكتور نور. بالنسبة لتنزيل التطبيقات زي ما أنا قلت احنا ممكن نحصل على بعض التطبيقات من الستور من المتجر، وفي بعض التطبيقات بتكون محتاجة ان هي تبقى فيها بيمنت، فيها دفع، ولكن في بعض التطبيقات ممكن بتكون ترايلز، ممكن الاهل ان هم ينزلوها، منها الجوتوك لايت، ممكن في فيرجن منه بيبقى بعض السلايدز ممكن يقدروا يستخدموه كبراكتس، فده ممكن ننزله من على الستور. اما بالنسبة للجزئية الخاصة بهل ممكن الاجهزة او التطبيقات بتقلل من الكلام عند الأطفال، فإحنا لما بنيجي نبص للموضوع زي ما أنا قلت بنحتاج في الأول تقييم لمستوى اللغة ومستوى الإدراك عند الطفل وطريقة التواصل. بناء على طريقة التواصل اللي بيستخدمها الطفل أنا بقرر على طريقة التعامل اللي أنا بقدر أن أنا أعملها معاه. طبعا مش كل الأطفال ممكن بنستخدم معاهم التطبيقات، في بعض الأطفال بتحتاج نشتغل معاهم على تبادل الصور اللي هو برنامج البيكس أولا، ممكن بعد كده ننتقل إلى التدريب على استخدام التطبيقات والأجهزة، لأن الطفل بيحتاج إن احنا زي ما أنا قلت في المحاضرة إنه يتدرج من الأشياء التكنولوجية البسيطة أو استخدام تبادل الصور إلى أن يصل إلى استخدام التطبيقات اللي هي بتحتاج دقة في التركيز على سواء السكرين أو الديفايس نفسه اللي احنا بنستخدمه. بالنسبة للجزئية بتاعت هل ممكن ان تخلي الطفل ما يتكلم لو استخدمنا معاه التطبيقات، فزي ما احنا قلنا هو تواصل معزز، يعني احنا بنساعد الاطفال على تعزيز التواصل في الموقف. في بعض الاطفال بيكون عندها القابلية ان هي تكرر الكلمات او ان هي تسمي الصور، ولكن عندها مشكلة في استخدام الكلمات في الموقف، او اللي احنا بنسميه الفانكشنال كوميونيكيشن سكيلز او الانيشيشن، هو يكون عنده المبادرة، القابلية على المبادرة للتواصل. فطريقة استخدام الأخصائي لهذه البرامج هي اللي بتحدد هل الطفل ممكن يستفيد بيه بشكل مباشر، وطريقة الاستفادة اللي ممكن الطفل يستفادها بناء على تدريب الأخصائي. أغلب التطبيقات بتعتمد على الديلي اللي هو الانتظار ان الطفل يدي verbal response أو الاستجابة اللفظية. حتى في تدريب برنامج البيكس برضو نفس الفكرة، في مراحل من البرنامج بيعتمد على المبادرة ان الطفل يبتدي يبادر لفظيا مع الصورة. فاذا انا زي ما قلت هو البرامج اغلبها والتطبيقات هي برامج مساعدة ومصاحبة للتواصل، والهدف الاساسي منها هي تحسين التواصل. بالنسبة للتكرار اللفظي او قابلية الطفل على ان هو يبادر باستخدام الكلمات، فاغلب الدراسات اثبتت انه بيحسن التواصل بشكل عام، ولكن انعكاسه على التقليد اللفظي مفيش ثوابت علمية بالنسبة للموضوع ده. دي جزئية. الجزئية الثانية ان وجود اختلافات من التطبيقات وطريقة استخدامها زي ما انا قلت بيعتمد على تدريب الاخصائي، وهو اللي بيساعد الطفل على تحفيز اللغة عنده. الهدف الاساسي من استخدام التطبيقات غير المساعدة على التواصل هي كمان تقليل المشاكل السلوكية. كتير من الأطفال بيكون عندهم مشاكل سلوكية لعدم القدرة على التعبير. أول ما بنستخدم معهم طريقة للتواصل تبتدي تهدى أغلب المشاكل السلوكية، لأن هو بيكون قادر إنه يعبر عن احتياجاته. فأتمنى أن أكون جاوبت يعني على الأسئلة. شكرا لك دكتورة.
شكرا أستاذ محمد. أيضا سؤال لك، هل هنالك عمر خاص بكل جهاز أستاذ محمد؟ وأيضا هل استخدام أجهزة الكلام مع الطلبة سيقلل من دافعيتهم للمشاركة؟ أيضا أتوقع السؤال يعني تقريبا نفس السؤال السابق يوافقه، لكن هاي للطلبة يعني داخل المدارس. والسؤال الثاني، هل هنالك عمر خاص بكل جهاز؟
لا طبعا مفيش عمر لأي جهاز. احنا زي ما قلت المستوى اللغوي مستوى المعرفي للطفل هو اللي بيحكم علينا طريقة الاستخدام، وأي أخصائي نطق واللغة هو اللي بيحدد أي جهاز ممكن أو أي برنامج ممكن يستخدم لتطوير مهارات الكلام، لكن مفيش عمر. لكن نحتاج طبعا تقييم للمهارات قبل ما نحدد أي جهاز ممكن يكون مناسب للأطفال، لأن في بعض الأشخاص ممكن بتحتاج الأجهزة البسيطة وبعدين نتدرج إلى الأجهزة المعقدة تدريجيا. استخدام الأجهزة مع الطلاب دفاعتهم للكلام، لا زي ما أنا قلت، لا مش هتقلل من دفاعتهم للكلام، ولكن هنكسب منه كمان إن احنا هنطور مهارات التواصل، ومنها ممكن بشكل كبير كمان إن شاء الله يتطور مهارات الكلام، ولكن دي فروقات فردية ما نقدرش إن احنا نحكم عليها من طفل للتاني.
ممتاز أستاذ محمد، شكرا. ننتقل ل طبعا أستاذة سماح. كيف ممكن أتعامل مع طفل توحد يضع كمية كبيرة من الأكل داخل فمه وتسبب له حوادث اختناق؟ كيف يتم حل مشكلة البايكا لدى أطفال طيف التوحد؟ أستاذة سماح تفضلي. طبعا هاي موضوع التكامل الحسي ووضع الحاجات داخل الفم. تفضلي.
البايكا.
نعم.
سؤالي البايكا.
كيف يتم حل كيف يتم حل البايكا؟ تفضلي أستاذة.
طبعا عشان الكل يعرف إنه البايكا هو سلوك متكرر لأكل ما لا يؤكل. يعني الطفل يأكل أشياء ليست مناسبة للأكل. طبعا أول شيء لازم نعرفه إنه هل في مشكلة طبية أو لا. ممكن تكون البايكا بسبب نقص في فيتامينات معينة مثل الحديد أو الزنك، فنراجع دكتور ونراجع أخصائي تغذية، ممكن يلجأ للمكملات الغذائية. أيضا ممكن التدريب على عدم أكل الأشياء التي لا تؤكل باستخدام سلوكيات بديلة، من خلال مثلا إنه نعلمه إنه هاي الأشياء اللي ما بتاكلها إنه نرميها، طبعا بالتكرار وباللعب وهاي الأشياء، أو إنه مثلا هاي الأشياء اللي هو دايما متعود ياكلها إنه يحطها يعطيها لشخص آخر، يعني تبادل اللعب بهاي الأشياء. ممكن أيضا نستخدم التعزيز التفاضلي. التعزيز التفاضلي هو تعزيز السلوك البديل، أي مثلا إنه يأكل الأطعمة البديلة فنعززه على هذا الموضوع، وإنه أبدا ما نعزز الأكل أو ننتبه أو يعني تجاهل الأشياء اللي بياكلها. طبعا لازم أكيد نكون حريصين على الأمان، تكون الأشياء اللي مثلا هو دائما بياكلها مش موجودة أي وقت، ومش موجودة خاصة إذا كان طفل صغير يعني أي مكان. السؤال الثاني عفوا.
السؤال الثاني، كيف يمكن أن أتعامل مع الطفل اللي يضع بفمه كل شيء ويعرض نفسه للاختناق؟
هون ممكن ندرب الطفل من خلال إنه نعمل له جدول بصري يوضع أمامه، إنه الطفل الجدول البصري نوضع فيه الكميات المطلوبة للأكل في كل مرة.
انقطاع الصوت، ممكن تعيدين معالة عمر الكلام؟ تفضلي.
حاضر. إن ندرب الطفل من خلال جدول بصري يوضع أمامه بالتعاون مع الأهل. الجدول البصري بيوضع فيه كميات مطلوبة من الأكل في كل مرة، مثلا لقمة واحدة أو مثلا كمية مناسبة من الأكل. وأيضا بعديها لازم يكون على طول في عنا جدول تعزيز، إنه مثلا إذا أكل فقط مثلا لقمة صغيرة أو 3 لقمات مثلا، بدل ما يأكل مثلا كامل الساندويش، فبالتالي بيتم تعزيزه وبيتم يعني تبيين له إنه هذا الإشي الصحيح اللي أنت قمت فيه. أيضا ممكن نغير نوع الأكل اللي بسبب الاختناق. إذا هو فعليا بياكل كتير، نحاول أول شيء بنبلش بتغيير نوع الأكل، بعدين بس يتدرب الطفل بنرجع الأكل اللي كان ياكله أو اللي هو بحبه.
ممتاز أستاذ سماح، شكرا. وننتقل لدكتور فاروق. هل ينصح بإجراء تخطيط الدماغ لذوي اضطراب طيف التوحد بشكل دوري لمن كان هنالك لديه تغيير في تخطيط الدماغ في المرة الأولى ولكن ليس لديه أعراض تشنجات؟
هلا انا بصراحه بحبش كثير اعمل هاي البروسيجرز وتخطيط الدماغ بسبب بسيط، لانه نفس التخطيط ممكن يكون يعني فيري ستريسفول وكثير مزعج للطفل. هلا معظم الاحيان احنا بنروح بالكلينيكال بنشوف كيف الناحيه السريريه بالنسبه للمريض. هلا نفس الفحص مجرد انه نعيد الفحص مش راح يفيد ولا يقدم. هلا بنعيد الفحص اذا حسينا او صار في عندنا شعور انه المريض بلش يصير عنده زي نوبات تشنجات او بصير عنده حركات احنا مش متاكدين منها هذه تشنجات او مش تشنجات، بس مجرد نعيده على اساس نشوف انه الشحنات زادت قلت، بشكل عام مش راح يفيدنا كثير. اذا ما في عندنا احنا خطه علاجيه انه نبلشوا على دواء للتشنجات ما في داعي نعيده. بس هذا الوضع بيختلف اذا مثلا المريض كان على دواء تشنج وصار له فتره طويله مثلا ما في عنده تشنجات، وحبينا مثلا نعطيه فرصه نشوف كيف اموره بدون دواء التشنج، بيكون لازم انه نعمل له تخطيط الدماغ. واذا كانت ما في شحنات كهربائيه زايده في الاعاده، بتكون الامور بتكون نوعا ما مطمئنه انه ممكن احنا نتقدم ونعمل له عمليه تخفيف الدواء. بس انه مجرد انه بس نضلنا نعيد في التخطيط، انا بصراحه ما بنصح الا اذا كنا شاكين انه فعلا الطفل بلش يصير عنده نوبات تشنجات، او احنا كنا شاكين في بعض الحركات اللا اراديه انه ممكن تكون هذول النوبات صراحه.
دكتور فاروق، في سؤال: القيام بتخطيط المخ للأطفال وهم أثناء النوم ولا يعني يستلزم أن يكون الطفل حاضر؟ فشنو الطريقة؟
احنا الافضل شيء بالضبط، احنا الافضل شيء بنحاول نعمل تخطيط الدماغ اللي هي على يكون الطفل واثناء هو صاحي واثناء هو نايم. يعني بنحب نشوف كيف الشحنات الكهربائيه في الدماغ، طبعا الطبيعيه وغير الطبيعيه، اثناء الصحيان واثناء النوم. فقبل ما نبلش التخطيط التكنيشن بيتصل على الاهل وبيعطيهم بعض التعليمات انهم شو يعملوا. في الغالب قدر الامكان اذا في ممكن انه يخلوا الولد صاحي في الليل او يصحوه بحيث انه ينام اثناء فتره تخطيط الدماغ. هلا ممكن المريض يجينا ينام في بدايه التخطيط وبعدين احنا بنصحيه وبنشوف كيف الشحنات الكهربائيه ونشوف كيف التخطيط الكهربائي وهو صاحي. بس الشيء المثالي انه احنا نسجل التخطيط اثناء الصحيان، فتره يكون الطفل فيها صاحي وبنفس الوقت فتره يكون فيها نايم.
ممتاز. في سؤال ايضا عن مدى فاعليه العلاج بالنيورو فيدباك. هل عندك فكره عن النيورو فيدباك؟
هلا النيورو فيدباك انا ما بعتقدش انه للتشنجات، يعني النيورو فيدباك ممكن يستخدموها لشغلات ثانيه في البيهيفير، ممكن يستخدموها مرات في الدبريشن كانت تساعد في الاكتئاب، بس مش للتشنجات، مش للشحنات الكهربائيه.
بس مش معترف فيها او معترف فيها علميا، يعني is it evidence based or not؟
هلا بصراحه يعني احنا كنا نشوف بعض الحالات، طبعا مش التشنجات اللي هي كانت اكثر بالاكتئاب والشغلات اللي فيها الامور زي الانكزايتي، كنا نحولهم على السايكاتري. بجوز اذا في حدا من السايكاتري هون ممكن يفيدوها اكثر في النيورو فيدباك، بس على اكيد مش للتشنجات، يعني مش للصرع.
شكرا دكتورنا. في سؤال أستاذ محمد، يعني الأطفال المراهقين تقريبا يعني فوق 16 سنة أو فوق 15 سنة، ما هي الأجهزة المناسبة للتواصل وتقليل العنف؟
طبعا بالنسبة للسؤال، يعني بدل في عندنا عنف وفي عندنا مشكلة واضحة في التواصل، معنى كده ان الطفل مش قادر يعبر عن احتياجاته لفظيا، فاحنا بنستخدم معاه وسيلة تساعد على تقليل تساعد على التواصل بشكل اكبر. بالطفل كل ما كان او الشخص كل ما كان بيتواصل احسن، كل ما قلت المشاكل السلوكيه. ممكن يكون في عوامل تانية غير ضعف التواصل، ممكن يكون في اسباب تانية للعنف او نوبات الغضب، ولكن تحسين درجة التواصل بيساعد على تقليل المشاكل السلوكية. طيب ممكن يكون ازاي؟ طبعا ممكن يكون التدريب عن طريق برنامج التبادل بالصور، ممكن يساعد على ان الطفل يقدر يعبر عن احتياجاته بشكل افضل. فاحنا ممكن، انا انصح في البداية ان احنا نبتدي نتدرب على تبادل الصور بدون اجهزة، بدون وجود devices applications. ممكن في الأول ممكن نبتدي نشتغل على التبادل بالصور، وبعد كده نبتدي نشوف مدى مستوى الإتقان للشخص، وبعدين ممكن نحدد بعض الأجهزة المتطورة أكتر. ولكن الابليكيشنز اللي أنا عرضتها النهاردة، إذا كان الطفل عربي فممكن بنرشح اللي هو الابليكيشن الجوتوك. ممكن بيكون في اوبشنز كتير ممكن تساعد الاهل ان هم يسجلوا بصوتهم الكلمات باللغه العربيه، ممكن يستخدمها معاه في تدريب التواصل. اذا الطفل مش حابب التبادل بالصور، ممكن يكون الجوتوك ممكن يكون انسب لشخص عنده 16 سنه. اعتقد ان هو ممكن يكون عنده من الادراك ان هو يقدر يتدرب على حاجه زي كده. لكن المشاكل السلوكيه ممكن تكون واحده من اسبابها ضعف التواصل، فانا انصح اكيد بالابليكيشن او طريقه التبادل بالصور.
إذا أستاذ محمد، تدريب أطفال على التبادل بالصور سواء بطاقات أو بالابليكيشن، إذا كانوا في العمر الأكبر، هل هو صعب؟ هل راح يكون صعب جدا على الأهالي إنهم يدربونهم؟ لأن الطفل وهو صغير يعني الموضوع تدريبه يكون أسهل، فهل راح يكون أصعب لما يوصل لسن أكبر مثل 16 و 17 و 18؟
لا طبعا، هو مفيش دكتورة، مفيش عمر معين للتدريب. هو بداية التدريب عموما بيكون على تبادل الشخص أو الطفل العنصر المعزز. يعني بنشوف أكتر حاجة ممكن يكون الطفل بيهتم فيها أو الشخص بيهتم فيها، وتكون هي بداية التواصل. وبيكون التواصل إعطاء المعزز بيكون بشكل سريع جدا. يعني ممكن يكون في شخص مساعد بيساعد الشخص إنه يعلمه إنه يتبادل الصورة عن طريق تحريك اليد ناحية الشخص اللي معاه العنصر المعزز، وبعدين بنعزز الطفل بشكل سريع جدا عشان يفهم فكرة الربط ما بين الصورة والمعزز. ونفس الفكرة في الابليكيشن، ممكن حد يساعد الشخص عن طريق تحريك اليد إن هو يضغط على الصورة الواحدة اللي على السكرين زي ما أنا قلت، او زي ما شفنا في الفيديو، انه ممكن في الجوتوك ممكن نبتدي بان احنا نحط صوره واحده الى ان نتدرج تدريجيا. مجرد ما الشخص بيفهم فكره التبادل، هنا بيدينا فرصه ان احنا نبتدي نزيد الصور ونزيد وقت الانتظار للشخص انه ياخد العنصر المعزز. لكن في البدايه ممكن بنتبادل عنصر واحد او معزز واحد مع صوره واحده، بيكون بس محتاج تدريب من الشخص. ومجرد زي ما انا قلت ما بيفهم في طريقه التواصل، بيكون المشاكل السلوكية بتبتدي تهدى كتير عنده.
يعني معناته رسالتك للأهل إن الواحد ما ييأس، حتى لو الطفل كبر وما قدر يتعلم وهو صغير، ممكن يدرب ويتعلم وهو أكبر.
طبعا أي عمر ممكن إن احنا نبتدي ندرب الطفل، مفيش أي حاجة تمنع تعوقنا من ان احنا ندربهم في اي سن. مفيش حاجه اسمها يأس، في حاجات كتير، الدنيا التكنولوجيا بتتطور، البرامج بتتطور، في حاجات كتير بتتطور. فاحنا ممكن نساعد الاهل بشكل كبير من مركز تطوير الطفل، ممكن نساعدهم بالاشياء التكنولوجيه، طريقه التدريب، بالمعلومات. اي طفل ممكن، اي شخص ممكن يتدرب مهما كان العمر.
ممتاز أستاذ محمد، أشكرك على هالرسالة. أنتقل لأستاذة سماح. فيما يخص ألعاب التوازن وضبط الحركة، هل لكل عمر أدوات مناسبة؟ وبالنسبة للمشي على الأصابع، إذا استمر لعمر المراهقة، هل راح يستمر وهو يعني كبير في السن؟ طبعا هو يبدأ في أعمار يعني في فترة الطفولة، لكن هل المشي على الأصابع ممكن يستمر مدى الحياة عند أطفال اضطراب طيف التوحد ومشاكل حسية؟ أستاذة سماح. أستاذة سماح تسمعيني؟
أيوة تفضل. معك. السؤال: هل هناك عمر خاص لكل جهاز؟ بشكل عام معظم الأجهزة حسب القدرات والمشاكل الحسية الموجودة وليست حسب الأعمار. طبعا أهم شيء نراعي أمور الأمان أكثر من العمر، لأنه في ألعاب توازن وألعاب القفز، إنه الطفل ما يكون لحاله، مثلا لازم يكون معه حد كبير، أو مثلا إنه نلعب الأشياء اللي هي ضمن الأمان، يعني ما يكون خطير على الطفل. بالنسبة للمشي على رؤوس الأصابع لازم يعني مش شرط إنه تستمر الحالة. طبعا لازم يكون في مشكلة حسية أول أو لا. ثانيا إنه يعني معظم الأولاد مع زيادة الوزن ممكن إنه تروح هاي المشي على أطراف الأصابع. وبرضه هي إذا كانت مشكلة حسية وانعرفت على بكير طبعا بنبلش العلاج المناسب يعني، وبالتالي فهو بيتحسن إن شاء الله.
ممتاز. الأطفال الذين يعانون من حساسية مفرطة بالشم، أستاذة سماح، أيضا سؤال لك، ويرفضون معظم أنواع الأكل، كيف نتغلب على هذه المشكلة؟
هذا الموضوع لازم يكون أهم شيء الأهل عندهم صبر يعني بهذا الموضوع، لأنه لعلاج هاي المشكلة بدها وقت يعني. بالتالي إنه لازم أول شيء نشتغل بشكل متدرج. بنبدأ بتغييرات بسيطة للأكل، إنه يعني يبدأ بأشياء قريبة من الأشياء اللي هو بحب أكلها، نشوف شو الأكل اللي هو بحبه وإيش الروائح اللي تقريبا هو بيتقبلها، فبالتالي إحنا بنحاول نقدم له الأكل اللي بيشبه الروائح. بنبلش التغيير تدريجيا، أهم شيء التدريج وعدم الإجبار. كمان ممكن إنه يعني من فكرة ممكن إنه نستخدم الأكل البارد لأنه أقل رائحة من الأكل الحار أو السخن.
ممتاز، شكرا أستاذة سماح. دكتور فاروق، راح أختم سؤالي اليوم والحلقة النقاشية لدكتور فاروق. السؤال: هل يجوز إعطاء أدوية أعصاب للأطفال أقل من 6 سنوات علما بأن تخطيط الأعصاب لم يظهر أي مشكلات أو شحنات وسبب صرف الدواء نوبات غضب فقط؟
المقصود في الدواء انه هو دواء الاعصاب اللي هي بتهدي الطفل، ولا دواء الاعصاب المقصود فيه دواء التشنجات؟ هلا اذا المقصود بالسؤال عن دواء التشنجات، اذا المريض اقتنعنا انه اللي بصير عنده عباره عن نوبات صرع حتى لو كان التخطيط ما في شحنات كهربائيه زايده، نعم بنعطي الادويه اذا كانت النوبات هذه متكرره. بس اذا الحكي عن الشغلات السلوكيه اللي هي عباره عن موجات الغضب والانكزايتي والشغلات اللي زي هيك، هذا بيختلف الموضوع طبعا، بيعتمد قديش هذه النوبات الغضب مأثرة عليه. بس معظم الحالات بنبلش بالشغلات السلوكيه قبل ما نبلش بالادويه كادويه. الهدف عمره ما كان الادويه بدايه في الادويه الواحد بيلجأ لها اذا حس انه فعلا الادويه راح تساعد، والفائده من هذه الادويه اكثر من السايد افكت تبعون الادويه. بس بالنسبه اذا السؤال كمان مره بالنسبه لادويه التشنجات، لازم الواحد يتاكد 100% انه هذه نوبات عباره عن نوبات صرعيه وتشنجات، وهي نوبات متكرره، وحتى لو كان التخطيط سليم في البدايه، نعم بنبدا الادويه. بس اذا للشغلات السلوكيه انا بفضل انه تبلش المعالجه السلوكيه قبل ما نبلش باي ادويه.
شكرا دكتور فاروق. وبهذا السؤال ونهاية الحلقة النقاشية الأخيرة من اليوم الأخير للمنتدى القطري السنوي الافتراضي لاضطراب طيف التوحد، يسعدني حضورنا الكرام والمتحدثين معنا. أني أشكر الجميع على حضوره وتواصله معنا خلال الأيام السابقة. نعدكم إن شاء الله بأن نحاول أن نقدم ما هو أفضل السنة الجاية. نشكر جميع القائمين على تنظيم هذا المؤتمر في وزارة الصحة العامة. نحن نفتخر بالطاقات الموجودة، نفتخر جميعا بالجهود الجبارة وراء هذا المنتدى، نفتخر جميعا بالمتحدثين الكرام ذوي الخبرات العلمية والتخصصات المختلفة اللي تسعى نحو تقديم أفضل الخدمات وأفضل ما يمكن أن نحصل عليه لمستقبل إن شاء الله متميز، ومستقبل فيه السعي نحو الدمج المجتمعي والتعليم لأبنائنا. شكرا جميعا لحضوركم، وإن شاء الله نلقاكم في السنوات القادمة في مؤتمرات ومنتديات وأحداث إن شاء الله لها علاقة بأبنائنا. شكرا جميعا، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.